It's a night 13 weeks in the making. It's finals night, it's champions night here at the MODUS Super Series, and by the end of play this evening, somebody is going to walk away £20,000 better off and the MODUS Super Series champion. We know it's going to be a new name on the trophy this evening, but who is it going to be? We're going to find out in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson this evening. Paul, what a week we've enjoyed here at the Super Series.
I think we hyped it up very well, and I think the players need a lot of credit because all 12 of them have provided very good stories. And I think when we get into commentary in our first game, we'll talk about some of the individual numbers, but I think overall the standard has gone up as we've had 12 winners here in week 13, and Champions Week has not disappointed at all.
It most definitely hasn't. Well, this is the story of the week here at the Super Series. It began on Monday morning at 9:30 a.m. with 12 runners and riders in the race for a place in immortality here at the Super Series. And Group A was won by the Swede, Andreas Harrison, 24 points to his name, and he really was the ultra-consistent performer of the group.
Sometimes we level that word consistency at a player, and maybe we don't have brilliant evidence to back that up. But this week, with Andreas Harrison, we have it. As far as his doubling is concerned, as far as his points total per day is concerned, it was 8 points every day he played. Fantastic. And this shot, he told us, in this very spot on the stage, that he hit it because he didn't need to. He was already through, but it just broke the heart of Steve West, didn't it? And look how central this bullseye is. That is photo-worthy, that shot. And that's one of the last shots he's thrown at a dartboard this week. He delivers more of that tonight, he could be a champion.
Well, Andreas Harrison's one of two Swedes into Champions League this time around, the other one being Anton Ursa. We'll talk about him and his exploits in Group C in just a second, but let's have a look at Group B, because the players in Group A were divvied up into two respective groups. Group B was our evening session on Thursday and Friday, and it was won by Daryl Pilgrim. Now, he came into this week, Paul, as a heavy favourite. Probably from the moment he won his week, he was the favourite to go on and lift the jackpot. Having won 7 out of 8 games, he lived up to that billing and then some.
Yeah, but I still don't think we've seen the best of him. And I think that's encouraging for someone like Pilgrim, who finished up very late on Saturday morning, so he's already played today. But if he's rested well and he's still got plenty in the locker, then everybody's got a problem tonight, because we have had favourites this week falling. The likes of Whitehead, the former champion from Series 1. Steve West was highly fancied. He didn't make it after going through 2 different group campaigns. But Pilgrim remains, and that's a problem for everybody in the practice room.
And in the process as well, Sebastian Białecki actually made history in this competition by winning 17 consecutive matches, Daryl Pilgrim beating that record that Jim McEwen had prior.
Yeah, that's some record, isn't it? I said when Jim McEwen set that 16-game streak of winning in Southampton that would be very hard to topple. It was going to take a special player to do that. And he was under pressure playing on Friday night in his first game, because if he lost that, he would only share the record. Consequently, he would only go on to win that first game, then lose his next one, so the streak was over pretty quickly. But he is a record breaker here at the Super Series. He's got the highest average, he's got the highest losing average, both in Series 5, and now he's got the hottest streak as well. I wonder what other records he could possibly get.
Well, Daryl Pilgrim was the main man when it came to Group B. As far as Group C was concerned, Jim McEwen was the victor. He picked up 16 points, but the headlines and the story of Champions League so far is Sebastian Białecki becoming only the 2nd player to hit a 9-darter at a Champions Week.
And what a time to do it as well. He hit it in the very last leg of the day. Now, we talk about 9-darters being a bit of a curse, but if you hit them in the early part of a match, maybe the adrenaline rush will not do you any good for trying to win the match. That's why, when you're 3-1 up, hit one then, and then you can enjoy it for the rest of the day. It was a wonderful 9-darter, from a person who really struggled in the first 3 days of the week, only getting 4 points from 15 games. So he only won 2 from 15. That's not good, but his response when it came to Thursday, well, he did get a bit lucky in his first 3 games in that campaign, but the way he finished the campaign on Thursday, you had to wipe that smile off his face.
At what point as a player do you feel the 9 in the leg is on?
Probably once you've got dart 7. I'm probably not a good person to ask, because when it comes to competitive 9-darters, I'm not an authority on that, but this guy obviously is. Great second dart, with dart 8 and then double 12, a plum shot. And look at this from Anton Östlund. I love that because for me, Sebastian made the moment with the brilliance, but it was also classy from the Swede as well, making that moment even better for his opponent. That was a lovely, lovely touch.
And what is even nicer is, even though Anton Östlund didn't qualify, he's actually in the crowd tonight to support his fellow compatriot, Andreas Harrison.
Just goes to show that the Swedes and the Nordic and Baltic players stick together, and that has been a key from this series. When the likes of Victor Tingström didn't qualify for Saturday night, stuck around, and I like that camaraderie. You want to see someone from your country make history, and with Anton in the crowd tonight, Andreas could make a bit of Swedish history tonight.
So those are the 6 players that are into tonight's final. This is how proceedings are going to run. So the players are going to be split into 2 groups of 3. They're going to play 2 pool matches. The top 2 from those pools would advance through to our semi-finals from 10 o'clock this evening. It's then going to be a straight knockout for the £20,000 top prize. These are the 2 groups in play. Group 1, Andreas Harrison, Sebastian Białecki, and Rob Grundy. Group 2, Morena Michaels, Jim McEwen, Daryl Pilgrim. I mean, it's a champions night. There's no such thing as an easy group, but which one looks the tougher of the 2?
I'd have to go with Group 2. When you've got McEwen and Pilgrim, who I believe are the 2 favourites for the title tonight in the same group, there is a possibility that one of them might not even make the semi-finals. So good luck to the other person in the group, that's what I would say. But it's a champions night. Everybody's got a chance. You win 4 games, you're £20,000 richer. It sounds easy, but in theory, darts does sound easy. In practice, it's very difficult. And Group 2 for me is definitely a little bit more difficult than Group 1.
Well, let's have a look and see what the bookies think about the big night tonight. This is the outright betting. As from the moment he threw his dart in qualification, Daryl Pilgrim goes out as the 11-8 favourite. Andreas Harrison at 7-2, but you've been heaping a lot of praise on Jim McEwen this week. Are you surprised that he's 4-1?
Yes, I am, because you look at his weekly statistics, they're very, very encouraging. He's actually got the best running average of the week of over 93. And when you consider how incredible Pilgrim was in winning his week with over 96, he's going to need more of that just to get out of his group. But there is value from other people. If you think about somebody else and how they've played, even Marino Michaels, you think about how he played at the start of Friday night. He brings some of that. Oh, boy, watch out.
Well, anyone you say that's an outsider tonight?
Marino. You look at someone like him, his whole career, he's gone under the radar. He's never been talked about as a big hitter because he's hung around with the likes of Van der Voort and Klaassen and Van Gerwen and others. And now he comes into this week and tonight as the sole Dutch player, and he's still under the radar because of other favourites like McEwen, Pilgrim and Harrison. I'm not letting anybody forget about him. He could spring a shock tonight if he gets a really good start.
Well, let's see what the bet builder's saying this evening. This is what you've been betting on at home. It's been a busy, busy night on the bet builder, but this is your picks for the group stage matches. Daryl Pilgrim in the Player 180 market, Andreas Harrison match winner against Rob Grundy, and Daryl Pilgrim to beat Jim McEwen. 6.5-1. Your thoughts on them, Paul?
Well, the bottom one, I wouldn't touch it. I think that McEwen-Pilgrim game could have anything. I do think there's going to be a lot of legs in that one. I think there's a minimum of 6 legs in that, possibly 7. But the other 2, big fan of Harrison beating Grundy. Just depends on what kind of Harrison we're going to get tonight because he's had 2 days off. But the first one, absolutely, totally on board with that.
18 plus and begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the MODUS Super Series team. So these are the games that we are going to see tonight then, and this is the passage for somebody to put themselves in the record books, the history books here at the MODUS Super Series. 2 groups that are in play between now and 10 o'clock, and we're going to alternate fixtures. So the first game of Group 1 will be followed by the first game of Group 2, and so on and so forth. Then from 10 o'clock, we'll have the semi-finals live on Sporty Stuff TV. And then the big final at around about 11 o'clock tonight to decide who the 5th MODUS Super Series champion is going to be. And it's going to be some night. And some crowd here as well in Portsmouth.
Yeah, there's a great buzz about this place. It's very, very different on a Saturday night when someone's about to get £20,000 richer. I just wonder what the atmosphere is going to bubble up to be in Game 6 between Pilgrim and McEwen, because that is the game of the night that we know of. I know that the final and the semi-finals are going to be extra special, but as far as group games are concerned, I think these people out here can't wait for that one, and neither can I.
It's high time we get the action underway here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it sees the man who hit a 9-darter at Champions Week in action, Sebastian Białecki. He had a bolt from the blue on Thursday. He'll be hoping to pick up the title on Saturday. 9-dart leg, only the second in Super Series Champions Week history. A bolt from the blue from Białecki.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the MODUS Live Lounge. It's Champions Night live at the MODUS Super Series, and yes, we're ready. The players are ready, and it's tungsten time. And now from Group 1, it's game number 1. Please welcome Andreas Dirty Harrison and the Bolt Sebastian Białecki.
And so, the big night, the big occasion, somebody is going to lift that trophy and put themselves in the record books. 9 games are going to decide who is going to be the MODUS Super Series 5 champion. In the commentary box for all the action this evening, it's a very good evening to the asset Paul Nicholson, who's alongside Chris Murphy.
13 weeks of action come down to one night. There have been weekly wins on that stage for all of the players in action, including Andreas Harrison, who earlier this week came through Group A. Maybe unexpectedly was the outsider. Finishing bottom of that group was the Pole, Sebastian Białecki. But what a turnaround Bolt had in Group C when he produced a 9-dart finish and managed to qualify for Champions Night. A remarkable turnaround in his fortunes, and he is on that stage, ready to battle it out for a potential £20,000 tonight. It's Harrison, Białecki, Pilgrim, Michaels, Grundy and McEwen, the Super Series, Super 6, trying to take the title that has been held by the same man for the last 2 series. And that man is in the crowd. Luke Littler has come to watch this evening as that trophy is taken away. And Paul Nicholson is alongside me in commentary.
A very good evening, Murph, and welcome to everybody. To the
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Andreas to throw
Series
first.
5.
Game on.
World-class action needs somebody to sheriff it. And you got Charlie tonight, who has the mic. And Andreas has the floor. We haven't seen him throw since Wednesday afternoon.
81.
But boy, was he consistent through Group A. 8 points, Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Very consistent with his averages as well. And his
132.
doubling, from a percentage perspective, has been better than anybody this week. And that is saying something, considering what we've seen in Group C and Group B as well, Murph.
Yeah,
41.
This pair, of course, were in that Group A, as mentioned. Harrison and got the better of Białecki. 4-1, 4-0.
135.
On the final day, 4-2. So Białecki hasn't beaten Andreas this week, but if he beats him tonight, none of the rest will matter.
That's what final night's about.
81.
There's only one result that Andreas doesn't have in a positive sense, and that's a 4-3 win. But I think it's important to say that Harrison is playing a very different
96.
Sebastian here after what he did in recovery in Group C. He deserves an awful lot of credit for what he's done this week. He has got himself off the canvas
100.
and found
Sebastian, you require 138.
some quite frenetic darts at times. That's another nice recovery, this time in a visit.
88.
That'll do. It's got support in the crowd tonight, has Andreas Harrison. We mentioned already that Anton Östlund has stuck
44.
around.
Sebastian, you require 50.
Also, Dirty Harrison's friend Dean Moss is here, watching nervously on as Białecki goes for the first leg of the night on double 8.
42.
Well, he fails to
Andreas,
find it,
you
but the break
require
of throw is still very
154.
much a prospect here for Białecki because Harrison is on something rather enormous. And it won't go. Swede
94.
leaves it
Sebastian, you
fairly
require
handy, but will
8.
have to rely on more darts missed to go with the 2 that Sebastian's already squandered.
Double 2 as he goes around the houses.
4.
I just saw a
Andreas,
little
you
bit of
require
quivering
60.
in the flight department on dart 3 there. Maybe a little bit of early night nerves, but you don't have much time to adjust. You only play 2 group games,
40.
and it's happening to
Sebastian, you
both of
require
them.
4.
Yeah, Harrison hasn't played on that stage since Wednesday. Białecki's played every day this week.
Game shot,
And he
the
lands
first
the
leg.
first blow
Sebastian Białecki.
on Champions Night. A break for Bolt. And despite the nervous way it
Second
was
leg is
achieved,
Sebastian to throw first.
he's very
Game
much
on.
in the box seat in this opener.
All of a sudden, the advantage of winning Group A has been taken away.
139.
It's always the same. The person who wins Group A gets Game 1 and also plays in Game 5.
100.
There will be a large gap between that first game and the 5th game. And to make yourself feel good, win your first game. Let everybody sweat it out for a while, and then you come back and win your second game, and then you're in the semis. Sounds easy, doesn't it?
78.
Do always appreciate the best of order from the audience here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. As you can see, fully
100.
packed out tonight, but perfect order while the players are throwing the darts. And unlikely that many of the players have got too much personal support in the audience
54.
poll from the fact that lots of them have come from different countries.
I think that speaks volumes as to how this competition has evolved.
60.
We've had people here from New Zealand, Australia, America, Canada. That's just this year. And predominantly in this series.
60.
Slight issue here with the scoreboard. Just the referee, Charlie Corstefine, delaying the players before they throw again, but they are throwing again.
We've got some regulars in the crowd tonight
140.
from the local area of Portsmouth, which has always
Sebastian
been
require
a hotbed of
170.
darts. We have not had a 170 checkout all week. And the one time we got the biggest checkout of the week was last
125.
night
Andreas, you
from
require
the already
101.
eliminated Conan Whitehead, a 164. He could really use this to get himself back on track.
61.
Over the top. It's a third
Sebastian, you
missed
require
dart double in this
45.
game. Białecki's missed 5 himself, but he managed to land the first leg against a throw. Now he chooses tops. That's interesting. Oh, that's disastrous. That's disastrous for Białecki. A change of plan.
13.
But the plan did
Andreas,
not
you require 40.
end well.
I think he's still trying to figure out which double works best for him.
Game shot.
works
the
out well
second
for
leg.
Andreas.
Andreas Harrison.
As the standard just lifts a little bit, leg by leg.
Third leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Białecki actually could be out by the time Andreas plays his second game.
Yeah, he's got the short night, hasn't he? Well,
58.
he'll hope that he has a really long night, but he's playing in the first 2 Group 1 matches, which means 2 of the first 3 games. Could be out before Jim McEwen even throws a dart.
98.
On the other hand, he could be through before Jim McEwen even throws a dart.
Yeah, exactly. There are not many players tonight who have played for this
83.
kind of money before. And the further you get The more that's on every single game. At the end of the night, there will be a best-of-7 leg match for 10
99.
extra £1,000. And that usually only happens when you get to things like World Championships and World Match Plays. That's a mark of just
100.
how this project has changed this level of darts. Now, Białecki has been to the quarterfinals of a UK Open within the last couple of years.
81.
He did well to get to that final session. Harrison has played at a BDO World Championship.
He actually hit a 9 dart to
81.
Białecki in a UK Open run against Jim McEwen, who's also here tonight in a strange quirk of fate.
He wasn't shy to bring that up in an interview as well, Jim McEwen.
Well, it's also McEwen whose
125.
winning streak record was broken by Daryl Pilgrim, who we'll see in the next game. So there's all sorts of loose ends being tied together, isn't there, this Champions Week?
And that's one of the reasons why
59.
we're constantly talking about
Sebastian, you require 98.
Białecki, Pilgrim, McEwen, and there are people, even on finals night, going under the radar.
Game
But that
shot
is
on the
another
third
break
leg.
of throw.
Sebastian Białecki.
And the best leg of the night so far, which is a 14-darter. And that will definitely settle him down. A beautiful
Fourth
kill.
leg, it's Sebastian to throw first.
Probably worth
Game
mentioning that Sebastian Białecki is the reason that Luke Littler is not here to defend his title. He is in the audience watching on, and he's probably watching this game thinking that could
60.
be me. Not even watching.
Probably watching on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Bravo.
Yeah, he was just subscribing, and so should you.
100.
First 180 of the night goes to the Swede. First shoulder exercise for the crowd, hoisting those 180 signs. Could be one of those matches where every leg is a break of throw.
96.
There haven't been many things that we haven't seen this week, but we have seen a lot of 180s. 229 for the week
100.
now. That is a lot. And on 5 different occasions, we have seen somebody go 4 from 4 on doubles. Sebastian has got 2 of those. And he did them the same day.
135.
Yeah, he had a magical Thursday, didn't he? When the very last leg of the day was that perfect finish. That perfect 9-dart leg.
140.
There's a nice ring to it when he did that 9-darter, because on the doubles he was 4 from 4 after a 144. And he was doing plenty of this
140.
en route to that 144, but it could
Andreas, you
be
require
a
81.
4th break of throw if Harrison takes this.
16 will leave the bullseye.
Game shot on
and
the
he
fourth
bets it.
leg. Andreas
It is
Harrison.
another break. Nobody can get a hold on this match or in this match, and Harrison effectively takes
Fifth
back
leg, it's
control
Andreas
because
to
he
throw
has the
first.
darts, but that
Game
hasn't
on.
counted for anything so far.
These games infuriate you. You think that you should
100.
hold throw many, many times, but they haven't. It might just boil down to somebody actually getting one hold of throw.
94.
And it might have to be Harrison in the last leg. We did say that Harrison has beaten Białecki 3 times out of 3 this week, but he hasn't beaten him 4-3. I wonder if that's on the cards.
He's had 4-0, 4-1, 4-2.
Always looks ice
100.
cold, doesn't he? Internalises his nervousness better than most young players in the world. And he's not even 20 years old yet.
140.
Steady pace of this game, but I think that the nervousness has started to dissipate. Harrison on course to get that first hold,
97.
particularly
Andreas,
now
you
with
require
Białecki not finding that
121.
final requisite treble.
Doesn't need to use the ball at the end, so he might start on it. The bullseye is now
65.
out of the equation when he comes back. He will not do something Conan Whitehead style, like 6 bull. And I think a lot of these players are very happy
60.
that Steve West
Andreas, you
and
require
Conan Whitehead
56.
did not qualify tonight.
An interesting field. Not sure how many would have picked this. Can Harrison pick this off?
36.
Well, we know there's a young man in the audience who
Sebastian,
might have gone 3
you require
balls on this.
150.
But would he have in this moment? We'll never know.
45.
Averages in the game have
Andreas, you require
severely
20.
improved since the first couple of legs, which were a bit nervy.
No score.
More missed darts at double. Very
Sebastian, you require
uncharacteristic
105.
considering what he's done all week. But the pressure is very different here on Saturday night, and that's 5. So 100 left for a resuscitating finish, and he just misses out on the 60.
45.
Well, he's just
Andreas,
missed
you require 20.
3 darts at this in the previous visit. 2 10s.
Game shot on the
Gets
fifth
there
leg.
in the end.
Andreas Harrison.
Harrison steals a march for the first time. He has the lead in this opening encounter on Champions
Sixth
Night.
leg. It's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
A weird leg, which will strangely feel like a break. But if you are going to win tonight, you can't spend that much time on the same
58.
double, or indeed going round the houses. For the week, 44% on doubles. And the best individual display
100.
of anybody on doubles this week in a daily campaign was Sebastian. And get a load of this, because we've seen people like Grundy go 54% for the day. Conan Whitehead, 57% for the day. But
39.
nobody could do what Sebastian did on Thursday, which was 68%. You very rarely see that.
140.
Almost a full house. Harrison's making a move here, and Białecki needs to do something to stop him.
If you can't win the game,
100.
get as close as possible. Losing 4-3 is not curtains. Losing 4-2, you're needing a bit of help.
121.
Yeah, we will talk you through the permutations as the night goes on. But you can lose your first game, and if you win your next game better than you lost your first, then you're actually through already.
Yep.
140.
Play 2 of the first 3 games of the night. If you lose
Andreas, you require
4-3
140.
and then win 4-2, you're safe.
Will we see some fireworks?
60.
I'm sure many of you
Sebastian,
might have just
require
got home from doing just
164.
that. Do you want to see some more? You might. The fuse has been lit, but the rain has just dampened out the chance.
132.
A match-winning chance.
Andreas, you require 80.
Without hesitation, Harrison needs one more single for tops in his first 2 points of Champions Night.
60.
He thought he could just
Sebastian,
lay it on
require
that.
32.
Many times that would have skidded off and slid into the double. But
Game shot on the
Białecki
sixth
finds a
leg.
double,
Sebastian
and he takes us the
Białecki.
distance in the first match of the night.
Do you know what, Murph? We talked about how you can
7
be
and final leg. It's Andreas to
in a
throw
position
first.
to
Game
still
on.
get through, even if you lose 4-3. But if you win 4-3, you're not safe. You've still got a lot to do. We've seen people win their first game 4-3 and be eliminated.
100.
Dare I just remind the audience of another possible scenario, which is if every single game in a group finishes the same scoreline with a win for each player,
125.
and they will return after 10 o'clock for a 9-dart shootout to see who makes it through to the semi-finals. Never happened on Champions Night.
And we haven't had one for over
81.
a year. We are due. Standing room only here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. There are people in this room tonight who have been
55.
accompanying players who can't come in the building the first 5 days. And they've been chomping at the bit to get in amongst the action this week. But
55.
they've been relying on the people that they've been with to actually make it Who's going to get the first 2 points of the night? It's still in the balance.
Certainly is. A big visit here from Białecki could put him in pole position. Another treble.
96.
Well, he gets at least in front. Harrison needs a treble to get to a finish. And he's got one. And he's got two. And he's got three. What timing from Andreas Harrison.
Maybe the best visit of the night so far.
134.
But that's really good as well.
Andreas
Only 3 points between
94.
them in the entire game.
Is it brave or daft to have hunted down that treble? Where's that? It's just
38.
Outside
Sebastian
the double.
required 91.
Well, that was interesting.
What a time to strike this would be. That's 7. So 84 for 2 points. And that was to beat Harrison for the first time this week.
75.
Now he just has to watch to see if Harrison can put him
required
away.
56.
He could accuse both players of doing the wrong shot on that occasion, but if he gets this right, that's all that matters, and it is.
And
Andreas Harrison,
Harrison,
who gets the first win of Champions Night, a 4-3 success over Sebastian Białecki, a nail-biter to open the evening's action. But it is Dirty Harrison who gets over the line in Group 1. He missed a fair few darts at double, only hitting a quarter of his attempts, but he beats Białecki 4-3, and the Group 2 action is underway after the break with Moreno Michaels taking on the favourite, Daryl Pilgrim.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series and welcome back to Champions Night, where the first game has already delivered its bit of darting drama as Andreas Harrison got the better of Sebastian Białecki by 4 legs to 3 to get his group stage campaign up and running, and the perfect start as far as the Swede is concerned. Game 2 sees the man who is a heavy favourite to go on and lift the title tonight, Daryl Pilgrim, in action. He won in week 2 of this competition. He hit a 9-darter. He broke the record average twice in doing so. But he takes on a man who should not be underestimated. Moreno Michaels beat Fallon Sherritt to qualify here, and once at Champions League perhaps went under the radar to qualify for tonight. And earlier on this evening, Phil Bars caught up with both players.
Daryl, Saturday night, and it is Champions Night here at the Super Series. How are you feeling ahead of play?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Feeling good.
Came through Group B with relative ease, did all the damage on night 1. Foot off the gas a little bit towards the end?
Yeah, definitely. When you get already through the group, you do tend to take your foot off the gas a bit, but I'm happy.
It's another record though, 17 wins on the spin here in the Super Series. And you weren't aware that you'd equalled it, were you, going into yesterday?
Oh, I didn't even have a clue. Nothing like that even crossed my mind.
You are bookies' favourite tonight. You've been bookies' favourite all week, even before a dart was thrown. Is that something that you look at? And is there extra pressure on your shoulders because of that?
No, I don't like feel pressure from the bookies, but no, because I know if I play well, then I feel good.
Do you think the fact that you have played on all these wonderful stages this year here at the Super Series, the Euro Tour, and things like that, has given you maybe a bit of an edge?
I'd like to think so. I hope so.
And what would it mean if you would lift this title? Because you've come close before. Tonight, Day of Destiny.
Yeah, I'd like to think so. Third time lucky, like they say.
And just looking at what you've done in your career today, the biggest night of your darting career so far?
Yeah. If I won it, 100%, definitely, yes.
And again, last one, how much confidence can you take from tonight going into what's going to be a massive few months for you in your career?
Oh, yeah, this is a confidence game, and I feel high on confidence at the moment, so to win this would be absolutely massive.
Darryl, wish you all the very best this evening.
Cheers, thank you.
Moreno, here we are, Saturday night at the MODUS Super Series, but this time it's Champions Night. Are you excited for this evening?
I'm really excited for this evening. Really doing a lot.
Your Group B campaign, it got a little bit nervous. It went right to the wire. How are you feeling towards the end of that group?
At the end of the group, at the end of the time when I throw the finish against Conan, the 149. Yeah, I feel I'm now in in the final, and that's released a lot of me.
How would you assess your week here at the Champions Week?
It's a short week because you don't play right at the first 3 days, but yeah, the first day it was just I'm a little bit nervous at that time, and the second day I'm feeling a lot better.
I want to take you back to the week that you won. How did it feel beating someone so high profile as Fallon Sherrock on that stage?
Yeah, sorry, can you explain that?
How did it feel when you beat Fallon on that stage to win your week?
Oh, in the final, sorry. I feel it feels great. Feels really great, yeah.
And tonight, is this the biggest night of your darting career?
Yeah, the biggest night. Yeah, the biggest night was weighted on the World Championship of the PDC. That was my biggest night.
£20,000 on offer. What would that mean to you?
That's a lot of money, but it's really nice. Yeah.
Moreno, all the very best this evening. We're looking forward to seeing you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the MODUS Live Lounge. It's Champions Night live at the MODUS Super Series, and yes, we're ready, and the players are ready, and it's tungsten time! And now from Group 2, it's game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please welcome Mr. P, Darryl Pilgrim, and Moreno Michaels!
And so, Darryl Pilgrim and Moreno Michaels on stage, ready to battle it out. In the first match of Group 2, Pilgrim has been the favourite. He was a favourite before a dart was thrown this week. He was a favourite even. And Andres Harrison had won Group A and already booked his place at finals night. And he played like a favourite in Group B, didn't he? The group which Moreno Michaels was already also in. And he had the fabulous day yesterday. Pilgrim, Mr. Perfect, record breaker multiple times this series here at the Live Lounge. But this man was a thorn in everybody's side last night.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And
first leg, it's Darryl to throw first.
The only
Game
player
on.
to beat Darryl Pilgrim this week.
I just wonder how that's going to sit with Darryl. He knows he's the favourite. I think he's okay with
100.
the feeling of being a champion in waiting, but he knows realistically that he's going to have to win
43.
at least one of these group games by a margin to get his way into the semi-finals again on a Champions Night, because he's been there before.
100.
But think about what's happened since he lost to Moreno. He was involved in a group game for the ages with Conan Whitehead last night, where Whitehead missed a bullseye for a 1-6-1 to beat Daryl 4-0. Then Daryl won the match. And that was after Conan had hit a 1-6-4 against him. So the experience of being here before and the form he's in, that's got to carry weight.
Absolutely. Well, we've been talking about all week. It's something that he's... A lot of players have on their little sort of bucket list, but it's a bucket list that usually only involves 1 year at it, because they're trying to go and get a tour card and play on the PDC circuit.
60.
Others that have been there before, maybe like Moreno, enjoying a second coming of sorts.
I'd have to say so. When speaking with Phil Bars, he said the biggest night of his darting career was playing against John Part at the World Championship just under 10 years ago. He almost went into darting obscurity. Now he's back.
58.
There's no telling what he could do from here. He could have Moreno version 2 on the horizon, and I would welcome it. For someone who has always been under the radar on Dutch darts, he might just be about to have his biggest story.
Just the wrong side. Well, Michaels has a chance here to carry on pestering Pilgrim as he did last night.
98.
He did mention that 149 that he hit last night. What a finish that was. What a finish this could be.
48.
He's had a chance to break Daryl in the first leg.
Often when you get a chance against Daryl Pilgrim, 32. You have to take it, but he's going to get another one here. The first start of the double 20. Made the second one difficult.
Double 5.
15.
Just like the first game, they're taking a little bit of time to settle.
Game
but it's Pilgrim who takes first blood.
Pilgrim.
Dressed in Crystal Palace colours. And he's already saying to himself, settle down.
To throw first. Game on.
This is a very compacted situation. He's been here many times. We've got to get through the group to the semis.
100.
But even he, with all of his experience, is telling himself just to take it easy.
$99.
Very impressive this week. 7 wins from 8. And the only person to beat him, like Chris mentioned, was Moreno 57. Yesterday. But 91.3 as a weekly average. That's dramatically down on what he did when he won week 2. Over 96 for the week when he won his qualifying week. That was a record.
Yeah, one of his records. He achieved another last night before that defeat by Michaels. He made it 17 successive victories on that stage. He also has the record average, 122.69. That came
60.
Against another Dutchman in Denny Alder-Coulter back in August. In the match before that, he posted the record losing average of 118.88. But never mind 118, there's 180 for Moreno to get himself down to a double after a dozen.
100. Moreno
brilliant scoring 24. Leg. Is he fully settled?
Game shot.
You better believe he is. That's a 13 darter. We could have a lot of legs tonight. The more, the merrier.
Third leg, it's Daryl to throw first.
Michael's running average for the week, 88.21. Winning 50% of his games. But the goal is just to get here. They've both accomplished that goal. Now it's about finding their very, very best when it's needed. And Moreno's doing just that.
140.
He's actually got the worst doubles percentage this week for anybody in Saturday night. And remarkably, that's 37%, which in usual weeks is around about the best. But this is Champions Week. everybody is better than him on the doubles, percentage-wise.
40.
But don't take away from Moreno the fact that he has been excellent on the doubles the last couple of days.
Yeah, it's 3 darts at double and you're hitting. Your opponent's not coming back that kind of percentage.
57.
Pilgrim, though, has pulled away in leg 3. Be a happy chappy, won't he? Crystal Palace fan. His Eagles
164.
did the business this afternoon. Can he enjoy success tonight?
95.
He still won't like that. He was aiming for the 140 to leave 3 darts at double.
60. Darryl, you require 69.
Moreno stuck on a checkout outside of 130, so he'll need 2 trebles if indeed he does get a shot. That's missed by some way. He was looking for treble 11 there for double 18.
Ends up on double 16.
37.
And just gives
Moreno, you require
Michael's an
136.
outside chance.
It's impossible now. But Pilgrim so far is 1 hit from 4.
87. Darryl, you require 32.
That's going to have to improve. Double 8. Doesn't work. And
24.
neither does 4s.
Moreno,
You
you
can't
require
believe it. The
49.
reaction there was, well, Conan Whitehead-esque, wasn't it? For those who were watching last night. Saw plenty of those kind of responses. What's the Michael's reply?
Game
That's the
shot on
reply.
third leg. Moreno,
Well,
Michaels.
something maybe stirring here for the Dutchman, who's now stolen a breaker throw and
Fourth leg, it's
has
Moreno to
command
throw
of the clash.
first. Game on.
Strikes you as the kind of player that's got so much energy, but if you look at the way he plays, he doesn't
100.
use a lot of energy in celebrating and things like that. I think he's able to take a lot of things on the chin, but as you can see right there, they've both had 7 darts at double, and they're only
99.
separated by 1 at the minute. But 1 could be the difference between qualifying for the semi-finals or indeed winning in the final.
100.
Which is interesting, isn't it? You were talking about Moreno being potentially the worst of the bunch in that department, but having had the same amount of darts at double, he's the one in the
98.
lead with a break advantage.
Beautiful.
180.
Better than beautiful.
Posture as well there, as he just left the arm out after he'd completed the maximum.
Yeah, just look at the follow-through of Moreno. It's always been
60.
a
Moreno,
fixture of his
require
game.
121.
He delivers each dart with purpose, then goes for the next one. He doesn't rush any darts at all.
Interesting that he went for
97.
that with Pilgrim not on a finish, that he went down to the 17s. In the end, he's probably better off not having hit the treble. May have been leaving 25 rather than 24.
92. Moreno required 24.
The average of Moreno is climbing fast.
Game
and it
shot on the
continues to
fourth
do
leg.
so.
Moreno, Michaels.
This is an excellent performance. Looks like he's caught Pilgrim a little bit cold.
Fifth leg, it's Darrell's to throw
3
first.
from 8 on the doubles. Averaging over 92 now. And Pilgrim has a problem.
40.
If he was to lose this game by 4 legs to 1, his second game is against Jim McEwen, who statistically has been the best player coming into Saturday.
60.
For me, that is the fixture of the group games. Pilgrim versus McEwen.
59.
Because those two have been to Champions Night before. They know all about it. But neither of them have got the job done before.
100.
I just wonder if someone like Moreno or possibly Andreas or maybe even Rob Grundy, who has not been getting a great deal of the column inches over the last 24 hours,
140.
because they've got no emotional scarring from a Saturday night in Champions Week. Maybe they will come in here and think, well, I haven't got any pressure on me.
123.
Well, Grundy coming next, and he could actually be through by winning just 1 game because Sebastian Białecki's opponent has already been beaten So Grundy winning that one would mean he and Harrison go through. However,
135.
if Białecki wins 4-2, 4-1 or 4-0, he'd actually be through despite that early defeat.
How good is this performance?
123.
He's forcing Pilgrim to take the 1-2-7 to save his skin.
127 to stay in the game, and it's not going to happen. Options for Moreno when he returns.
50.
Could be the bullseye starter, could be the treble 19.
95.
What a great start. What a great finish.
And the match.
He is the
Moreno
man
Michael.
who seems to have the wood on Mr. P. That's 2 games in 2 days, and they've both gone the way of the Dutchman. He causes problems in Group 2 and wins by 4 legs to 1, disconsolate as he goes off the stage, Daryl Pilgrim. And he's got every right to feel that way. Only 1 hit from 7 on the doubles. But since Moreno was 2 from 7, he was brilliant. He was perfect. And he beats Mr. Perfect by 4 legs to 1. After the break, it is Białecki against Grundy. And like Murph mentioned, if Grundy wins, Białecki is the first person to leave us here on Champions Night.
Welcome back to Champions Night here at the MODUS Super Series. So the favourite to pick this trophy up, Daryl Pilgrim, has lost his first game of the night to Moreno Michaels by 4 legs to 1. We did warn him, and we did warn you that he is a perennial danger when it came to tonight's action. So to the middle game of Group 1 now, and it sees Sebastian Białecki back in action. In his first game of the evening, he lost to Andreas Harrison, meaning that defeats here, and he'll be the first player to be eliminated from the running on Champions Night. He takes on Rob Grundy, the man from Hartlepool, who qualified through to Champions Week on his second appearance here at the Super Series, and earlier on this evening, he caught up with Phil Bars.
Rob, here we are, Champions Night of the MODUS Super Series. Any nerves ahead of play?
Not at the minute. Excitement.
Look, your Group B campaign, it was really a day or group of 2 halves. Brilliant on the first day, but last night you had to sweat to get your place here.
Very, very nervous, yeah. After the first game, I was okay, but then I think the nerves kicking because I needed that first win. And then when it didn't come, it was just get building and building.
We know the North East starting community is tight-knit. What was it like when you got your phone back last night and you qualified?
The messages were unbelievable. It's the support I'm getting is incredible. So, yeah, hopefully he can do them proud tonight.
Nice little surprise as well. Got your brother here.
Yes, he's come over, so I didn't expect any support, but yeah, I've got my brother, so I'm buzzing. At least I've got someone shouting for me, so brilliant.
When you look around the practice room, who do you feel was your biggest danger this evening?
To be fair, I don't feel none of them. If I play my game, I've got a chance of beating them all. So it's just if I get my game out with no nerves.
Have you had the dream yet of lifting that title here around 11:30 this evening?
Obviously, yes, yeah. Dream, whether it happens, we don't know, but hopefully at the end, you see me lifting that cup.
Rob, we wish you all the very best this evening.
Cheers, thank you.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the MODUS Live Lounge. It's Champions Night and we are live from the MODUS Super Series and we're ready and the players are ready and it's match number 2 from group number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please welcome the Grenade, Rob Grundy and Dirty Andreas Harrison! Sebastian Białowski.
Well, he wishes he was Andreas Harrison because he lost the first match to him. But yeah, the beard has disappeared quickly, and Białowski is now looking to do what Harrison did in the first match and get a victory. Rob Grundy out for the first time this evening, and that result actually makes it quite simple for Rob Grundy because he now knows a victory for him, and he's straight through with a game to spare to the semi-finals tonight, and that will be feel like a nice little bonus for him. Białowski going down 4-3. Well, if he wins this match better than that, so 4-2, 4-1 or 4-0, he'd actually go through despite that early defeat. As for Rob Grundy, the man from Hartlepool, a winner on the Challenge Tour, a victory here, and he will be through, and he'll have to battle then with the real Andreas Harrison to see who wins this group.
Thank you,
in a
ladies
couple
and
of
gentlemen.
games' time.
First leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Rob Grundy comes into his first game on Champions Night with an undefeated record against Białowski this week. But where have we said that before?
100.
Oh, that's right, in the first game of the night. And that was anything but easy for the bearded Swede. So the beard has disappeared for now. He will wait to play Grundy in game 5.
59.
But I always say, Murph, when it comes to game number 3, if I was a player playing here tonight, I'd rather play game 2 and 3 of the group. I wouldn't want to play the first one. Because you get this chance in Rob Grundy's position, where if you win your first game, you can be through.
96.
Yeah, we've seen it many times. There is the danger, perhaps, just to play devil's advocate of then losing intensity in that second game and never getting it back for the semi-finals.
Maybe. And you heard from Daryl Pilgrim a little bit earlier on and how he lost intensity towards the end of last night. But I think you've got to say to yourself in the mirror before you even throw a dart in anger that you must maintain intensity the whole night, otherwise you could get caught out.
58. Sebastian, you require 151.
Well, loads of space and time here for Seb. Rob Grundy hasn't really got going. You know what I think during
59.
last night, Rob Grundy showed signs of Arrow's anxiety. A lot of his darts were pulled low as he fought to try and get through the group after a really good opening night.
I have to agree. Think about how he played
100.
on Wednesday and
Sebastian,
Thursday.
you require
He was
92.
showing us new levels. But they weren't there on Friday. Where's this one? He needs 24 more.
68.
If Białowski wins this game, very, very tight, we may have carnage in Group 1.
94.
Yeah,
Sebastian
the only
required
scenario I
24.
didn't give you was a 4-3 win for Sebastian, because we know what could happen if that were to be the case.
Game shot on the first
He's got
leg.
the first leg.
Sebastian Białecki.
On the way to that result, he holds his throat.
Well, when Sebastian was here on a Saturday night the last time,
Second leg, it's Rob to throw
he was
first.
taking out Luke
Game
Littler.
on.
It was that group with Luke where we almost did have a 9-dart shootout.
140.
We were within one leg of one. Well, we'll get to that if indeed we need to. Grundy, who has his brother in the crowd here tonight. First time he's had any support
44.
behind him whilst he's throwing. That can really galvanise somebody's challenge. I think it's really important to have at least one person in your corner
86.
when there are about 100 people in the building.
Yeah, Sebastian won't have that himself, although he'll have a huge support
74.
in Poland, because we know there is a huge support for this sport in Poland.
Not many things missing in 2023 when it comes to Polish darts. They've had arguably their biggest ever
60.
year. Huge support for the Polish Darts Masters. You've had winners on the PDC Tour in Radek Cyganski and Krzysztof Ratajski on the floor and the stage.
134.
Białecki's had a really good season, but if he was to win tonight, it will be another Polish story.
97.
And the funniest thing is, this is Series 5. If he did win, he'd be the second youngest. Not the youngest, and he's not even 20.
140.
Good last start
Robbie
there, just
McCoy,
to put real
180.
pressure on this 118. And this has been the dodgy dart for Rob Grundy. He pulls it low and wide, and he now can't finish. And Białecki will get a look at the 109. Even that dart itself, it's drifting off to the left and low.
82.
Good
Sebastian
recovery with that
McCoy,
one, but now
109.
he can do about this.
He's got no stability in his dart. He's all barrel and flight. There's minimal stem. Minimal chance if Białecki hits double 16, and he
Game shot on the
does
second leg.
for a ton-topping
Sebastian
check out and a
Białecki.
2-0 lead. Bolt. This is not from the blue. This is very much the
Third leg,
Bolt
it's
that we've
Sebastian
seen the
to
last
throw
2
first.
days.
Game on.
But he's now on course to qualify because he's got that break of throw. Remember, if he wins this match 4-2 or better, he will go through. And suddenly, he's done exactly what he did
58.
during the week to get here, and turned a slow start into a very, very successful ending.
58.
Only one more player to showcase for the very first time here tonight. Jim McEwen, the sole representative of Scotland here tonight. You've got Sweden, Poland,
140.
in the shape of Pilgrim and Grundy. You've got the Dutchman and the Scot. A nice cosmopolitan group of players here from heavyweight darting nations.
46.
I just want to get the insight of a darts player's mind, really, Paul. But I'll ask you instead. No, I jest. Sebastian Białecki, what he did this week, will that
59.
have been a great help into his mindset having lost his first match tonight?
I think so. I think he's learned an awful lot about himself. If you watch the way he was playing on Tuesday, he was downtrodden. He was beaten.
100.
But the way he's been able, not just this week, but also in his qualifying week as well, to forget about Group A and get Group C done.
125.
It's no longer a fluke. It's telling us that he can take a punch.
That was a bit of a fluke, that last start. Had he missed the treble, he wouldn't have been on a finish.
He doesn't usually make those kind of mathematical mistakes,
60.
but in
Sebastian
pressure
McCoy,
environments like this, you
119.
tend to forget about some of your mathematical nous.
Simple now. And you could see the background there as he
99.
was stomping back. It's Rob Grumpy again tonight.
He won 4-0 in his Saturday final when beating Paul Hogan.
100. Sebastian, you required 20.
And he's from just up the road. Białecki is from thousands of kilometres away.
Game shot on the third
But it's going
leg.
the other way. This
Sebastian
time, Białecki's got
Białecki.
3 legs without any coming the way of Rob Grundy. Not the best start for the man from Hartlepool.
Fourth leg, it's Rob to throw first.
And the monkey
Game
hanger
on.
might be being hung out to dry.
Well, yeah, he's going to put himself in an almost impossible position if he loses this next leg.
45.
He would have to get a healthy win against Andreas Harrison. There'd only be a couple of scorelines that could put him through. 4-1 and 4-0.
Ouch.
134.
Relentless all of a sudden. Because Białecki just continues in this mid-90s range, which can do an awful lot of damage.
Well, that
80.
may have done a lot of damage for Grundy there. And maybe even our referee, Charlie Corstefine.
But how many times has that happened this week? That's courtesy of those very short stems and that lack of stability in the air. The shorter the stem, the faster the darts travel.
46.
And the centre weight or the centre point of the dart, it's so far back that I couldn't throw these. There are lots of people who could not throw
41.
these. It's a very individual setup that he's got. They do work for him, but I would estimate that this week 15 to 20 times he's had darts colliding with the tungsten and landing on the floor.
98.
This game has slowed down to a pedestrian pace now as well. That'll be tricky for him. You can see a shake of the head. He's having to just shuffle across.
And you can overthink it as well.
And I think maybe that is what's
60.
happening, because he is really putting a lot of thought in before he throws his darts, taking his time approaching the hockey. Sebastian Białecki could feed off that and put him away double quick time.
Think about the players here tonight and what they've
134.
done previously. Białecki, Harrison, Pilgrim, Moreno Michaels, Jim McEwen. They've all played
83.
in massive stage events.
Sebastian, you require
This is the biggest thing
89.
Rob Grundy's ever done.
Well, this could be the worst thing. The worst way for him to start. Doesn't have to go for 20 and Bull. Treble 18 was the target instead. And he'll be back for whatever he leaves.
22.
Ouch. That wasn't in the playbook.
This wasn't in the script book for Rob Grundy, losing 4-0 his first match potentially here. And Sebastian Białecki was the first man to lose tonight, but he could be the first man
56.
to go to the
Sebastian, you
semi-finals.
requires 67.
Welcome to the carnage that is Portsmouth on a Saturday night. 67 away.
Double 8.
Game,
Sebastian's
shot,
in the semis.
And the match, Sebastian
Białecki.
Białecki.
The boomerang once again completes a comeback, turns around that defeat to Andreas Harrison and lands a massive blow to Rob Grundy's chances. A 4-0 whitewash win for the Pole with a polished performance, 4 out of 6 on the doubles, including that 109 checkout, and the win emphatic enough to mean that he is now through to the semi-finals and 2 matches away from £20,000. Coming next, it's a first look at Jim McEwen, who takes on Moreno Michaels.
Welcome back to Champions Night here at the MODUS Super Series, where Sebastian Białecki is now just 2 games away from lifting this trophy. He could have been the first man to have been eliminated tonight had he have lost there to Rob Grundy, but in fact a 4-0 victory means he is through to the semi-finals after 10 p.m. this evening, and he can be joined by Moreno Michaels if he gets the better of Jim McEwen in this next match. McEwen, who is the winner of Group C on Thursday and Friday respectively, has form in big events. He made it through to the final of the World Seniors match play last month, and early on this evening he caught up with Phil Bars.
Jim, here we are, Champions Night of the MODUS Super Series. What are the nerves like right now?
Oh, no, I don't get nervous, pal. Too old for nerves now. Yeah, just got on with it.
You came through Group C. I know you were quite critical of your performances, but when you looked at all the stats, you were fairly dominant in that group.
Yeah, it must be a good thing if I'm never happy. I think it's a good thing because there's more in the tank.
You've done many things at the Super Series. You've won a Group A, a Group B, a Group C. A Saturday night, would this be the crowning glory of Jim McEwen at the Super Series?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially, I mean, I've said before, this week has been stacked with so many good players. We're all champions. So, but listen, we've all got 3 darts. We'll go into. I'm confident anyway.
Do you think your experience could tell tonight? The fact that you've been around the block and done everything in the sport?
I would hope so. Yeah. Darrow's playing well, and we all know how good Darrow's playing at the moment, and Andres as well. But I don't know. I'm still confident. I'm confident I can do it well.
Just touching on there that you brought Darrell's name up. Obviously, he was the favourite before a dart was even thrown this week. Are you hoping you can perhaps go under the radar with all eyes on him?
I think all eyes are on everybody. As I say, we're all champions. Darrow is the form player at the moment. There's no argument about that. Yeah, listen, I'll do my best. I'll be the best I can be.
Jim, wish you all the very best this evening.
Thanks, Phil.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth, live at the MODUS Live Lounge. It's Champions Night live at the MODUS Super Series, and yes, we're ready. The players are ready, and now from Group 2, it's match number 2. Please welcome Moreno Michaels and Chucky Jim McEwen.
What a start to the night, as we've already got one person into the final 4. And we will get one step closer to seeing who the final 4 will be at the culmination of this game, potentially, because there are permutations that stipulate that someone could be through at the end of this one. But who could it be? We'll get to that. But first, we'll talk about this man from Rotterdam. 40 coming up. It could even start your career becoming 40. It was really good for Gary Anderson from Scotland, funnily enough, and it was good for Peter Wright as well. But Jim McEwen is the final person here on Saturday night.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Moreno knows that if he wins this match, he will be in the final 4 with Sebastian Białecki, and a win will also win the group, meaning that from Group 2, he would have the second semi-final.
Yeah, it'd be a nice pattern to the night for him.
100.
But Jim McEwen himself could go through if he wins this match 4-0. There's actually one way he could get through at the end of this match. That would be to win every leg of it, and that's just become quite difficult.
Moreno is turning up tonight. Of that, there is no doubt. And the signs were there last
41.
night. It's one of the reasons when we were on the stage at the top of the show that I said you cannot afford to forget about Moreno. So much experience. He's been playing at a top level, off and on, for the best part of 20 years, since he was around 19. But McEwen, who does not have the darts in this game, will have them against
57.
Daryl Pilgrim
Moreno, you require
in Game
81.
6.
All the time in the world here, which is why he elected to go for that
Game
treble
shot on
10
the first
to
leg.
leave
Moreno
double 16.
Michaels.
And Moreno Michaels carries on this magical, magical Champions Night campaign.
Doesn't
Second
really have a
leg, it's Jim
nickname,
to
does he,
throw first.
Marino?
Game on.
He's not that kind of player. He's a bit more Steve West-like. He just wants to be known as Marino Michaels. But I know how you like to play on words, Murph. In getting to Champions Week, he beat the Queen of the Palace.
100.
So if he wins tonight, what is he, the King of the Lounge?
The Lord of the Lounge, Paul. Come on. Alliterate, man.
140.
We should be lauding him right now because of the way he's playing.
Well, it might be praise the Lord for some of the people behind the scenes if Moreno wins another leg, because if he does, that will mean there cannot be a 9-dart shootout tonight.
125.
Still want to see one. But while we can at the start of this fourth game of the night, Marino's determined to keep us talking about him. And while I can, let's talk about McEwen's week. He's got the best running average of anybody coming into Saturday, 93.85, with 80% of his games
60.
won and 43% on doubles. That's world class. With 14 maximums and a high game average of 103.65, which was yesterday,
57.
he's been ticking pretty much every box.
He did used to be called the Miracle, Moreno Michaels, and many would have thought getting through this group would be a miracle, considering it was the winners from groups B and C alongside him, McEwen and
140.
Daryl Pilgrim.
Moreno,
Yeah, his
you require
nickname has been nicked
124.
by a certain two-time ladies world champion, Mikuru Suzuki.
Great dart to leave the bullseye.
99.
Well, the way the
Jimmy
night had gone for
requires
him, I
76.
think many fancied that to go in, probably including his opponent, who will hope now to take advantage of the fact that it didn't.
2 8s for Jim.
Game shot on the second
Absolutely
leg.
brilliant.
Jim McEwen.
I feel, even at this early stage, he needed to hit that in this game because we know that Michaels can kick
Third leg, it's
when he's
Moreno
got a
to throw
lead.
first. Game on.
One thing's for sure, McEwen is not going to get a 4-0 win. So he's going to have to do it against
44.
Moreno and Daryl, which is good for all of us because that 6th game of McEwen against Pilgrim, I've been eyeing that up all day.
Well, McEwen could still, whatever happens here,
58.
make sure that he's in the box seat in that match, couldn't he? Either win the game and really pile the pressure on Pilgrim, or lose it, but lose it tight. 'cause
100.
Pilgrim lost heavily. 4-1.
This is a big leg for Michaels. It's the first of possibly a few chances to qualify.
100.
Because there is a magical formula here at the MODUS Super Series on a finals night. If you've got 2 points minimum and you have a positive leg difference, you are through.
60.
He wins this leg. The worst possible result is a 4-2 loss, and he would still have 2 points and a leg difference of +1. One more leg in this game for Michaels.
100.
He will be in the final 4.
Yeah, and if he loses every leg, then we still have the prospect of that 9-dart shootout.
You're still hanging on to it, aren't you?
60.
What drama that would be on a Champions Night.
It would cause something different for the referee. He'd have to go from subtracting everything to adding everything up.
Well, Jim McEwen's already had success on TV
87.
in 2023. Reached the final of the World Seniors match play up in York. Was beaten by Leonard Gates.
Who hasn't been
78.
when it comes to
Jimmy
World
require
Seniors?
156.
He's won everything apart from the World Championship.
No finish for Michael, so McEwen has 2 bites of this cherry.
Debating not staying on the 19s there, but I still think it's the right play.
134.
He was on 79 there, and his immediate thought was, shall I go for treble 13 here? But had he got the single,
99.
he would have been on 60.
Jimmy required 22.
Had he got the 13, he would have been on 66. I still think he did the right thing. The right thing to do right here is to get the break of throw and put Moreno on the back foot. You can sense the intensity from Chucky by looking at his eyes.
No score. Moreno, you require 60.
Just don't look directly at the Chucky eyes on the back of the shirt. You might get hypnotised.
Remember what Mr. Nicholson just
Game
said.
shot on the third
double
leg.
means
Moreno Michaels.
that Moreno Michaels will be in the semi-finals.
Fourth leg, it's Jim
After
to throw
everything
first.
we've spoken
Game
about
on.
over the last 20, 21 hours or so, we've talked about Pilgrim, Harrison, McEwen, and even Grundy, who's played superbly this week.
100.
But none of those four are in the final four before Moreno Michaels and Sebastian Białecki. They've punched their ticket faster than anybody.
100.
Let's not forget the evening he had last evening. He's on a real good run of form here. He was only beaten by Grundy in the match that Grundy worked his way through. He won his first 3 before that, Moreno. Jim McEwen's going to need more of this. Much more of it.
Been a good year for Dutch darts as well. Michael van Gerwen's had a
100.
decent season. Christian Kist has had a tremendous season as a substitute player on the Pro Tour, now going to Alexandra Palace without a tour card. Kist was amazing when he was here.
58.
But he hasn't won a series here.
What was he thinking there, Jim McEwen?
I don't think he was thinking. When he looks at that score now, look at him. He's just done a double take on it, and he cannot believe what he's looking at.
And the 140 from his opponent does leave him on a finish. The kind of finish that Jim could have left himself. Oh, he's not even chipping much off it here.
Yeah, Chucky not chipping. But I think he's still reeling from leaving that number.
Moreno, you require 161.
How badly would this hurt him? And it could happen. Treble 17 would have left the bullseye, but McEwen's going to have to take out 138. There is, in my mind,
Jim, you require
no doubt about that.
138.
He's already got this week. It's his biggest of the week. But Michaels is so cool right now. It looks like he's just having a practice.
98.
He's taking this fully in his
Moreno
stride.
required 24.
Double 12 to stretch his lead. Trapdoor.
18. Jim, you require 40.
Well, that's McEwen off the hook. Pretty handy on tops, usually.
Game shot on the
and then
fourth
it goes
leg.
for 2-2.
Jim McEwen.
What do you think Darryl Pilgrim wants? I think, to make things really simple,
Fifth leg, it's Moreno to throw
Mr.
first.
P will want
Game on.
Moreno to win this game, so it's just a straight shootout in game 6.
Yeah, it would have to be, because McEwen is, well, even
81.
in the position he's in now, he's performing better than Pilgrim, isn't he? He's going to need that straight shootout.
Well, Jim's in the same position as Grundy was.
100.
Playing your first game as number 2 in the group. But they're two very different situations.
100.
I think some of this crowd are quite surprised at the brilliance they've seen from the Dutchman and the almost resuscitating brilliance of Białecki from game 1 to game 2. That's why it's great to be here on a Saturday night, especially on a Champions night. It's a very interesting atmosphere where you see people's lives change. And make no mistake, financially and career-wise, somebody's life's about to change.
Just going back to what you said about Darryl Pilgrim in the back room, and say if McEwen were to go and win the next couple of legs and win this match, then Pilgrim is going to have to beat him 4-1 or 4-0.
And he doesn't want to have to
135.
think about that. He wants Michaels to do the job, and then he wants a straight game with McEwen where just winning is the goal.
He really wants to see Michaels get to 3 at the very least to give himself
125.
more outs in that
Moreno,
game.
you require
Correct.
85.
And he could do that here. 85 required. Treble 15. Leaves him on tops. And 10s.
Game shot on
And
the
he
fifth
does get to
leg.
3.
Moreno Michaels.
Well, that is good news as far as Daryl Pilgrim is concerned. It's bad news
Sixth
for Jim
leg, it's Jim to
McEwen.
throw first. Game on.
What did Matt Damon say in that movie Rounders with Ed Norton and John Malkovich? Always leave yourself with outs. And Pilgrim's got more now.
45.
How good has Moreno been tonight?
Well, he's been excellent. He's been
100.
really, really good. And in this match, he's exhibiting exactly how good he is. 3-figure average in a game that was to go through to the semi-finals on a £20,000 night.
I don't think it's been coined yet.
140.
But when you look at the history of Moreno's career, I don't even know where he's been the last 5 years. I don't know what he's been doing.
45.
But I am going to say it at the end of this match because we'll see him in the semi-finals. Moreno Michaels is back. And I'm happy to see him because he's always been a very classy operator.
58.
Always been a very good player. But I think he's better than he was before.
Well, it may well be his best night. Come the end of it. If he
60.
plays like this, then suddenly you're thinking he's the one to beat. If he plays like this all evening.
Well, it can be a night of two halves. Group stage, get through, job done. And then you go to knockout darts.
140.
Chucky's had 180 so far tonight. And he's almost averaging 180 per game. Actually, nearly
125.
one and a
Jimmy
half.
require 118.
It's not about 180s here, it's about 118s.
Double top then for parity.
Game shot on the
And there
sixth
it is,
leg.
a 118.
Jim
Jim McEwen
McEwen.
gets himself in position to put himself in pole position to go through
Seventh
along
and
with
final leg. It's
Moreno
Moreno to
Michaels.
throw first. Game
How
on.
good has Chucky been on those shots this week? Very Wade-like with 60 single tops. He loves those combinations.
100.
He loves them so much that if he went to a drive-thru, he'd order one. He wouldn't be through
81.
with a win in this leg. But he'd be closer to the finishing line than Mr. P.
Yeah, as I was saying, only 4-1 or 4-0 would be enough for
100.
Pilgrim to get through if McEwen does win this match. So McEwen would have the lion's share of results, not just the win, the 4 possible scorelines of victory, but also 2 of the other possible scorelines. 6 out of the 8 results would put
45.
Jim McEwen through, but only if he wins this leg. If he loses it, straight shootout, knockout game of darts.
I just love this format on a Saturday night. It's so cutthroat. We talked over the last couple of
83.
days about how Group B is so brilliant and that everything seemed to change every 5 minutes. On Saturday, it's pretty much every 30 seconds.
Well, by the way, that permutation
59.
that I just mentioned also applies to Robert Grundy. He's going to have to beat Andreas Harrison 4-1 or 4-0 in the match that follows this.
92.
Daryl Pilgrim really wants Moreno to hit that 126. Or indeed, take it in 6. Now that Jim is not going to find the finishing range. So he doesn't
45.
even need to go 19s
Moreno, you
anymore.
require 126.
This is to win by 4 legs to 3 and be the second person of the night to win in 7 legs.
58.
That will do. He can mosey on towards the finishing line because McEwen is a maximum away from 2-dot range. And he tried to use the 19s to get there.
123.
So to make it
Moreno, you requires 68.
2 from 2. He's already in the semis. Can he seal it with a victory?
No score.
Wrong bed. Wrong bed. Bit of luck.
Jim, you
for
require
Chucky.
148.
Goldilocks for Moreno. And you can now breathe again, Mr. Michaels, because next time you want to go and hit double 4 if you get the 60 once
98.
again.
Well, that's the thing. He's got to now hit
Moreno,
the 60 again to
requires
get the
68.
opportunity. He might not. He does. Can he put the
Game,
wrong right?
shot,
Yes, he can.
And the match, Moreno
It
Michaels.
took a couple of attempts for the 68 finish, but it's a 4-3 win that sets up a mouth-watering match in the final one of our group games as Jim McEwen and Daryl Pilgrim will play off for a place in the semi-finals. Moreno Michaels with an excellent performance. He's already there. He defeats Jim McEwen 4-3. He'll be back to play Pilgrim, but coming next, it's Rob Grundy up against it, against Andreas Harrison.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. It is Champions Night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and we now know half of our semi-final field after Moreno Michaels got the better of Jim McEwen by 4 legs to 3 in our 4th game of the evening session, and Moreno is downstairs with Phil Bars.
Moreno, congratulations, 2 from 2. You are our first semi-finalist. How are you feeling after 2 fantastic games?
I'm feeling really great, yeah. right now.
2 big wins as well against Jim McEwen and Darryl Pilgrim. They were the favourites ahead of tonight, and you've beaten them both. That must be a great feeling.
And that feels really great, really great. Yeah, Daryl, he didn't play away to this game against me, and yeah, I just take the chances he gave me. And against Jim, I feel really well. And yeah, I let him sometimes away the back in the game, and yeah, at the end I just win.
2 games from glory now. Are you daring to dream?
Always dreaming, always dreaming.
Many congratulations, Willie. Get ready for the semi-finals.
Thank you very much.
Always dreaming, but this could well be in his view in around about a couple of hours' time. So Moreno Michaels is into the semi-finals. We're going to find out who's going to make their way through Group 1. Now, we may have remembered early on the scene that Sebastian Białecki made his way through despite losing his first game to Andreas Harrison. A 4-0 victory against Rob Grundy meant that he sealed his progression. Next up, Rob Grundy takes on Andreas Harrison. Harrison needs a couple of legs to qualify his way through, whilst Grundy needs a win and a big one. In commentary, it's Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy, but first, to get the players on the stage, it's Paul Starr.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth, here at the MODUS Live Lounge. It's Champions Night live at the MODUS Super Series, and we're ready, and the players are ready, and it's back to Group 1. It's game number 3. Please welcome the Grenade, Rob Grundy, and Dirty Andreas Harrison!
A lot has happened since we last saw Dirty Harrison. He won the first game of the night by 4 legs to 3 against Sebastian Białecki, but the Swede graces the playing zone once again in the knowledge that Białecki is already through. Now we turn our attention to the Swede up against the man from Hartlepool, and it's time for them to get their place into the semi-finals. But the job is a lot easier for Andreas than it is for Rob Grundy, that's for sure. Chris Murphy's with me in the commentary box, and you've got all of the permutations at your fingertips. What does Rob Grundy have to do?
There are only 2 results that would see Rob Grundy make
you,
it
ladies and
through
gentlemen.
to the
First leg,
semi-finals
it's Rob
alongside
to throw
Sebastian
first.
Białecki.
Game on.
And they are both tall orders, 4-0 or 4-1. He has to win this match by. If Andreas Harrison gets to 2 legs, then the Swede is in the semis.
140.
Grundy's going to have to play better than he did in his first game as well. He had the lowest average of the night so far and did not get a shot at a double.
100.
It's never a good thing.
Grundy had a really good end to his Group A campaign when he was in that group with Harrison. He actually won 4 out of his 5
41.
matches that day.
And his very last game in the group was to get himself through to Group B. And that's where he put in his
43.
best performance of over 102.
Yeah, and he also beat Andreas Harrison on the last day as well.
Now that's been the tale of Andreas's week, hasn't it?
81.
Each day he will lose a game, but will still prevail as the best player. Is he going to do that again tonight?
Well, he could. If he loses this one 4-2 or 4-3, then that could well happen, couldn't it?
100.
Just teasing everybody. Like the back of his shirt says, do you feel lucky? Well, Andreas, do you? It's not about luck.
139.
This is a great start from Rob, though.
But it will go from a man with Lucky on the back of his shirt to a man with Chucky on the back of his shirt in the next game as Jim McEwen faces off with Darryl Pilgrim in what is a straight
100.
shootout. Who would have thought
Robbie
that when the evening
required
began?
100.
I'm all over that game.
Can Grundy get all over this finish? Great start. Great dart. Double 10.
Game shot on
And
the
that
first
is
leg.
very, very
Rob
authoritative
Grundy.
because we've been watching Rob Grundy over the last couple of nights. And a lot of the darts have been, even when
Second
they've been
leg, it's
going in,
Andreas to throw
landing really
first.
low in the
Game
bed.
on.
That one was just above centre, which is a positive sign.
I'm going to take you back 21 hours. No, I don't have a DeLorean. I
140.
haven't got Marty McFly with me. But 21 hours ago, Rob Grundy had to win one leg in his final game to qualify for Saturday night. And when he won the first leg of the contest,
86.
his celebration told us that he knew exactly what he needed to do. That tells me now that he knows exactly what he needs to do here.
Well, in this game, he can only lose one leg. It's
140.
basically the polar opposite.
$90.
It's a difficult thing to do, to concentrate on trying to get a certain result when most of the games that you've played this week, it's just about getting
100.
the win. Whether it is 4-3, 4-2, 4-1 or 4-0. But these are the intricacies of success here in Portsmouth.
43. Andreas should require 121.
This could be the leg that he can lose.
Treble 20 found. Double 18.
85.
Just looking at the scores, it looks like he is going to lose this leg. And then it becomes everything or nothing.
140. Andreas should require 36.
He could be the first person to walk away.
Shot on the second
because
leg.
Harrison has
Andreas
got the 13
Harrison.
darter. One more leg for him, and he will send the man back to Hartlepool.
Third leg, it's Rob
on the
to
next
throw
train.
first. Game on.
Yeah, he is now standing with his feet planted firmly on the tungsten trapdoor. And Andreas Harrison has his hand on the lever.
58.
It's a nice feeling to have control. But weirder things have happened here in the live lounge.
140.
We have seen people win from this kind of position by 4 legs to 1. And what you need, ideally, is what I call a blitz. 3 straight legs of something
85.
around, at this level, maybe 44 or 45 darts might get it done. But if Andreas can force him
45.
into 4-visit range, that might just be too much for him to do.
Yeah, and he is at the moment. He's averaging around 100 after 2.5 legs, Harrison. So that, against the throw, is forcing him into 4-visit range, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Though he doesn't have to
44.
get a breaker throw, Grundy, to win the match. But, of course, he has to get a breaker throw to get through. He is
100.
on the thinnest of thin ice right now.
Well, Andreas looks so much more settled at the start of this game compared to game number 1, where the Swede and Białecki just looked very edgy. But we always say, don't we? It doesn't matter what tournament
60.
it is. If you're playing the first game, it's the worst one to play.
Is there also something strange about winning and going out?
Yes.
140.
I've been there. It's very, very odd.
Well, this could be the moment that he does go out, Grundy, because Harrison has made his move with the 140 to tee up 76. And maybe the Swede is emerging as the man to beat.
Andreas requires 76.
Take this, be through, and then we'll talk about who could win the group.
Does he gamble on the 25 here, or is it 11 ball?
Gamble. Gamble pays off.
40. Robbie required 154.
Doesn't get the payoff. This would be some way to save your skin. It's not going to happen. And with Andreas on 36, your fate is firmly now in the hands of the man who may have the most impressive beard in world darts.
96. Andreas required 36.
So, to go through and to eliminate Grundy, 99. And still,
18.
I wonder if he knows. I wonder
Robbie
if he
required
knows what
58.
he needs.
Lifeline time. What is now 3 may become 2.
48.
He's had his chances.
Andreas require 18.
If he doesn't like double 9, he can't split this. But he
Game
doesn't
shot
have
on
to.
the third leg.
And Rob
Andreas
Grundy is the
Harrison.
first person to leave the lounge here tonight. He's still got a game to complete. But Andreas Harrison will
Fourth
go
leg, it's
to the
Andreas
final
to throw
four,
first.
where
Game
Moreno
on.
Michaels is already through to play in the second semi-final. Could it possibly be Andreas who plays him? Because now we have to think
60.
who wins this group.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a semi-final lineup without Grundy and without one of McEwen or Pilgrim. They will play
100.
in the next game. A straight shootout to see who qualifies. One place remains up for grabs in the final four.
58.
That was the complexity with the draw, and how you finish in your group stipulates where you go on Saturday night. And the fact that McEwen and Pilgrim were in the same group, they did run the
93.
risk of one of them not making the final four, and that is going to be the case. Earlier in the week, you and I called Conan Whitehead the
43.
wrecking ball. Moreno Michaels has been the Group 2 wrecking ball. And this is a group which involves 3 players who were all in Group
168.
A. The other group, 3 players who weren't.
123. Robbie
168
required
visit from Rob Grundy to
140.
leave 140. But is that the freedom? Is that the release after knowing his fate, Paul? Because he's looked like a man who's had a weight on his shoulders at times this week, certainly tonight.
60.
And why wouldn't he? This is pretty new to Rob Grundy, isn't it?
Yeah. He's not the youngest player here on Saturday night. But it could be
100.
the start
Robbie
of something for him. I really hope it
80.
is. Because 2023 has been really good to him wherever he's played. He's had great Pro Tour form. He's won on the Challenge Tour. He's had a great Super Series 5.
60.
He is going to fall at this hurdle.
Andreas required 117.
Might just find himself 3-1 behind if Andreas has got something to say about it.
57. Robbie
So double 10
required
for
20.
2-2.
Game
Found.
shot on the fourth leg.
And you can
Rob
see with the
Grundy.
reaction there. It's going to be a rather hollow victory if Grundy does complete it.
Fifth leg, it's Rob to throw first. Game on.
If he does win, at least he can go back to Hartlepool and say that I won on Champions Night. A game, that is. I just wonder what this experience is going to do
41.
for Rob. Because if he doesn't get a tour card at Q School at the beginning of 2024, he could spend a lot of time here next year and potentially could get a lot of success.
59.
Yeah, the player lineup for the next series, the first
95.
week of it, will be posted on the MODUS Super Series YouTube and social media channels in the next 24 hours. I have seen a
46.
glimpse at some things due to the ADC qualifiers, etc. And I can tell you Rob Grundy is going to be back pretty soon.
Mr. Exclusive that's sitting next to me here tonight.
100.
Now, if you want a little smattering of how unpredictable Champions Week has been, how about the fact that the best average this week in a game came from somebody who's not even
60.
here tonight? That came from Matthew Dennant, 107.78 on Wednesday. And the highest checkout of the week came from someone who is also not here in the Super Series 1 champion
133.
in Conan Whitehead.
Well, we might see a rather special checkout from Grundy. So, could go for the bullseye just
100.
to give us some fireworks.
Robbie
Why wouldn't
required
you?
132.
Show him how it's done, Luke. Littler's in row 2, but he didn't go this route when he was getting 2 bullseye finishes.
Yeah, treble 16 gets it. Double 12.
Game
Well, it's
shot on the fifth leg.
an orthodox
Rob
champagne shot.
Grundy.
Acquired taste that route, but he didn't need to go the bull with Harrison not on a finish. And
Sixth
you can
leg,
see
it's
the
Andreas to
reaction.
throw first.
Where has this
Game
been?
on.
Where has it been before now? before it was too late.
That's what happened to Whitehead last night when he hit 164. He hit it at the start of the game against Pilgrim when he was already eliminated.
140.
He almost won that game with a 161 as well.
Yeah, missed the bull for it to win 4-0. He ended up losing the game 4-3. Weird game.
85.
So if that's a shot that is called champagne with 2 bulls and double 16, go that way, we'll call that Prosecco.
85.
He's actually a PG tips man, Rob Grundy. See him in the practice room with a cup of tea.
100.
You've got to be careful with caffeine. When you're in a precision sport like this, it might just give you a bit too much energy sometimes and force the body into a state where you might shiver a little bit.
140.
Sometimes having something decaffeinated is a little bit better.
We may go the distance this
87.
game. Harrison wants
Andreas
to hit back with
require
130 something of his
136.
own.
He had a 161 this week, which
60.
was predominantly week wide, the best finish of the week. Still yet to get the 170 finish this week. I just wonder if someone's going to get it towards the end.
96.
Well, someone will get it in the last
Andreas
leg of the night,
requires
Paul. I've got no doubt
76.
about it.
I'm glad you're sure about that. I'm not.
He's sure about this.
Game shot on the
Sure
stick
enough,
leg.
it goes in.
Andreas
76 out
Harrison.
of 3-3.
7th and final leg. It's Rob to throw
Final leg
first. Game
of
on.
Super Series 5 for Rob Grundy. Does he go back home with a win? Or is he pointless when he leaves the lounge?
85.
A win for Harrison, and he will win the group on 4 points and a leg difference of +2.
100.
Yeah, if Grundy wins this leg, that honour will go to Sebastian Białecki because his leg difference is +3.
59.
So by that token, if Harrison wins this leg and wins the group, he will play in the first semi-final.
55.
Lose the leg, you'll play Marino Michaels in the second one.
Yeah, McEwen or Pilgrim in the first one as well. All the players go out to win every single
100.
match, but it might end up being a fatal mistake for Andreas Harrison.
However, Marino's averaging over 93 for the night.
Good
so
point, well made.
There you go.
Harrison himself is
100.
doing plenty of decent stuff and has been all week. Well, I say all week. He only played till Wednesday. Such was his dominance in Group A.
You're trying to call him a part-time dart player.
He's had his feet up since then.
122.
It's not a champagne shot left, but it's very similar. Where you start on the bullseye and could even finish on the bullseye
140.
if you get the
Robbie
25 to
requires
start.
135.
This time he definitely will go that way because he has to. I wish he hadn't.
He's got 132 left, but he's only got 2 darts. Couldn't get it on the green or in the hole.
Andreas require
As
106.
my commentary colleague likes to say it, in the centre of the board. Andreas now needs Grundy to miss 96
58.
to get a chance
Rob,
at his 2
require
darter
96.
to win the group. Rob hits this, and Białecki wins the group.
56. Andreas require 48.
So to top the group, just as he
Game,
did earlier
shot,
in the week,
and the
Andreas
match.
Harrison
Andreas
gets
Harrison.
it done against Grundy. A 4-3 victory. Grundy goes down. Harrison goes through. He's alongside Sebastian Białecki. A 4-3 success. And Andreas Harrison is through as the group winner. It's a shootout next between McEwen and Pilgrim.
Welcome back to Champions Night here at the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, Andreas Harrison got his second 4-3 victory of the night, getting the better of Rob Grundy in a last leg decider. How crucial could those types of results be later on in the evening? Well, it's effectively knockout darts from here on in at the MODUS Super Series. Jim McEwen and Daryl Pilgrim going toe-to-toe in what is effectively a knockout match. It's a de facto quarter-final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. In commentary for this one, it's Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy, but to get the players on the stage are MC Paul Starr.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth. We are here at the MODUS Live Lounge. It's Champions Night live at the MODUS Super Series. And yes, we're ready. The players are ready. And it's tungsten time. And now our final group game from Group 2. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chucky, Jim McEwen, and Mr. P, Daryl Pilgrim.
Champions Night of Super Series 5 with Jim McEwen and Daryl Pilgrim amongst the favourites. Pilgrim the favourite to win the night, but it didn't start well for him. Both men have been beaten by the joker in the pack, Moreno Michaels, who has stormed through Group 2 with some stellar showings, and now face a straight fight for a final semi-final spot. Pilgrim went down 4-1. McEwen got closer. He went down 4-3. But who will grab the last spot in the final four?
This is what finals nights are all about. Knife edge stuff to finish the group stage.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
When you consider that you've got two English players here tonight, they could both go home. One Scottish player. If he succeeds,
140.
there will be no English players in the semi-finals for the very first time in a finals night.
140.
On Champions Night. Because they've all been won by English players, apart from Super Series 2, which was won by an Australian, against an English player in the final, in the shape of Matt Clark,
100.
who was here this week, but couldn't find his way through Group C.
Well, this pair avoided each other in their groups. Pilgrim, the group winner in
100.
Group B. Jim McEwen, a group winner in Group C. Winning that group with the former finalists in it. Both have had Champions Week, Champions Night appearances. Pilgrim, a semi-finalist in the very first Champions Night, which
100.
was won by Conan Whitehead, who was unsuccessful competitor in Pilgrim's group.
And like we were talking about yesterday, McEwen's
85.
won everything here.
Jim, you require 161.
Tonight.
Yeah, one Group A, one Group B, one Group C, won a Saturday, but not a Champions Night.
That won't sit well with him either. He'll want to have a full book. Pilgrim did not play anywhere near his best in his first game tonight. Only averaged 82.
140. Jim, you require
One hit at a double from
112.
7 attempts. This is already better.
But he's under pressure. Has to find a way into that treble. Does find a way into that treble. A wince from Pilgrim.
80.
A near miss from McEwen.
Daryl, you require
A
36.
wince might turn into a win. One left.
18.
Not happening.
Jim,
But he
you
said,
require
wow,
32.
it's 3 straight missed at double. He missed 6 at double in his opener against Moreno Michaels. Both players struggling on the outer ring. But
Game shot on the first leg.
Lands
Jim
double
McEwen.
and lands a lead against the favourite.
knockout
Second leg,
darts
it's Darryl
already.
to throw first.
And
Game
it
on.
already feels like knockout darts. Do you know what Canadians say about hockey, and the Americans say it too? Is that when you get to the playoffs
43.
in the NHL, the games are just more intense. They have a different feeling. These games are like playoff hockey. They're more intense. You can feel the tension from the commentary box, and they can, as sure as anything, feel it in the audience.
140.
I don't feel. It doesn't look like Jim McEwen's feeling it. And then remember, cast your mind back to his interview at the start of the night. He said he doesn't get nervous.
Do you believe him?
36.
I don't. I think he's deflecting, which is fine. There are some players that have played here and beyond who maybe don't get nervous because they have
58.
occupations where they have other types of pressure. People who are firefighters, people who work in the emergency services, people who have been in the military, for instance.
135.
Alan Suter's a good example of that. I think he'd rather have a game of darts than bursting into a burning building.
Another treble will ensure he's on a finish first, as long as he gets the other dart in the single, which he has.
133.
Perfectly produced by Chucky.
You said we were going to get 170 finish in the final.
96. Jim, you require 170.
Is he going to hit this?
May not even go for it, Paul.
Let's find out. He didn't go for it because he didn't get the second treble.
Probably will go for the bull now because, of course, he wants to try and leave tops.
Is that a bit of a blessing, though? Because you have that temptation of trying to hit it in front of the audience, but now it's all about something regulation where he wants the 25 in tops.
57. Jim, you require 65.
To get a 2-0 lead against Pilgrim. That happens. How about double six?
59. Darryl, you require 134.
We will wait to see if Chucky has to negotiate the trapdoor. He might not even go for that double. He might go 2-2-2.
42. Jim, you require
What do you
6.
fancy, Jim?
Game
Straight
shot on the
in.
second leg. Jim McEwen.
No nonsense, no messing, but Darryl Pilgrim is looking like a man who just can't believe what's going on here. He's walked straight into
Third leg, it's Jim to
November
throw first.
nightmare.
Game on.
The first series that culminated here was in late October of 2022. It was won by Conan Whitehead.
70.
Then he had Raymond Smith beating Matt Clark in a final a little over 3 months later. And then it was Luke's time. Luke is in the building.
180.
And if Darryl needs a little bit of a pep in his step, why not go and rub Luke's head for luck?
What a response this is. There's
140.
been a word thrown around this week to describe Jim McEwen. It's granite, and he's just showcased that there. Hard as nails. Pilgrim piles in
100.
a maximum to kick off the leg. And as he looks up after walking back, 2 darts in the treble 20 from Jim McEwen.
It might happen again. Trying to get to 151 here.
100.
Falling short. There was an argument there for maybe switching to the 17s or the 19s. But he knows what he can do best. And he can't do any better than that. That's 2 180s in the same leg.
He wants to go and get this. It's against the throw as well, crucially.
I was going to say earlier in the game, is it possible that Pilgrim wants this too much? You've got to be able to
96.
play,
Darryl, you require
want
41.
it, but not allow your body and your mind to get too tense. You can't want it too much, which I know sounds a bit odd.
25.
He wanted that, but he didn't get it. And it could be 3-0 now.
Jim, you require
For
95.
the night, he's 1 from 12 on the doubles.
Well, this would hurt. And that is so inviting if he gets a single 20. He might get the treble anyway. He has got the treble anyway. Double 5.
85.
That would have been a real
Daryl, you
gut puncher.
require 60.
Why'd you bother with the treble when you got such a great marker next to the bullseye?
Game
finally
shot on the
gets a
third
double.
leg. Daryl Pilgrim.
But he needs a lot more. He keeps snatching the darts out the board. And that tells us just how
Fourth leg, it's Daryl
hacked
to
off
throw
he
first.
is.
Game on.
Well, it's one break, but he'll have to get another one.
Win the game, and you won't have much of a break because its winner stays on.
135.
And the winner of this game will take on Andreas Harrison in the first semi-final. The second being Marino Michaels against Sebastian Białowski. And if you predicted that as a semi-final this week, you know more about darts than most of us. Because none of us predicted that.
Well, I know that Glenn Durrant actually recommended Rob Grundy to play at the Super Series. And then
58.
bizarrely didn't tip him to win tonight. He went for Białowski. When he was asked before he left, he said Białowski to win the week. He would have been sweating at the end of Group A, wouldn't he? But he might be smiling now.
Who did you go for at the start of the play?
80.
The one on the stage with the stripy shirt on.
I went for the other one with the blood-laden shirt. I went for McEwen to win tonight. I looked at his numbers. I looked at his performances over the last couple of days. I looked at his
95.
experience. I went for Chucky. But there were many other people who went for different players.
Well, it could well be a tartan triumph here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it would be fitting for Jim McEwen, who has been there really since day dot in terms of this concept and has done all sorts of wonderful things in each phase of this competition. Tonight would be a crowning glory for him.
140.
Pilgrim, though, looking to level when he comes back to the hockey.
You make a great point, actually, because if McEwen does win tonight, he can sum up his time here with the Super
47.
Series in one
Daryl,
sentence.
you require 73.
The MODUS Super Series completed it.
Oh, now to complete this finish, it might be a 20 and a bullseye. That wasn't the plan when he started, but it is the bull for Pilgrim.
Game
and he
shot on the
beds the
fourth
ball.
leg. Daryl Pilgrim.
Away for the arms. There are so many players that are not happy with how they're playing tonight, or the fact they haven't been playing like that all night.
Fifth
What is
leg,
it
it's
about
Jim
dart
to throw
players?
first.
They're never happy.
Game on.
He's just got himself out of jail with a beautiful bullseye. And that's what dart players do. If they don't get it the way they want, they'll just say, well, why didn't I get it the other way? You got it. Move forward. You're still in this
81.
eliminator. Best of 3 legs. But he has to break.
Jim McEwen actually said that himself, didn't he, in an interview?
134.
I'm never happy, and that's a good thing, because it means I know there's more in the tank.
Must be a very hungry man if he always wants more.
100.
Hunger is a very big thing in darts. Chucky has won some fairly sizable tournaments.
140.
How much you would crave to win this, to go into that semi-final with Andreas Harrison and keep these people on the edge of their seats.
140.
His 140 shooting in this game has been excellent. He's got 5 of them alongside 7-ton plus shots. He's got no 180s, which is quite rare for him in a match like this.
100.
He is a big 180 hitter usually. Just don't hit one now.
.127 for Daryl Pilgrim. This is
100.
typical McEwen, setting up
Daryl, you
something
require
simple.
127.
Taz Pilgrim got a trick up his sleeve. Hit the ball, remember to win the last leg.
And again.
102.
My word. That was very, very close.
Jim, you require 80.
McEwen loves a combination with tops at the end, but does he even need it?
Oh, he's going to need a perfect dart here. 77 remaining. 57 or 45.
That's an error.
40.
Even with all
Darryl,
of the
you
pressure
require
for tonight,
25.
not getting a shot at double from that position is a mistake. Can Pilgrim take full advantage of it?
21.
He cannot, and that's happened too many times here this evening.
Jim, you require 40.
And this is exactly where McEwen wants to be. That double. Double 10.
Game shot on the
finds it.
fifth leg.
McEwen
Jim McEwen.
breathes again.
2 straight legs, or the favourite is out
Sixth
in the
leg,
group.
it's Darryl to throw first.
Probably thought he'd done the hard work, didn't he, Darryl Pilgrim? He's a man who lost
96.
6 of his first 7 legs tonight, and then got this game back to 2-2, put himself in position to lead it 3-2.
He had the longest to wait of anybody who has made it to Saturday night here in
100.
Champions Week. From winning his week to getting to Champions Week. He won week 2. The next longest was Michael's at week 3.
135.
What is it about people winning weeks in the middle of the campaign, then going on to winning on the Saturday night at Champions Night? It always seems to happen.
What's happening here?
140.
Well, it's another ton 40 for McEwen. That's half a dozen now in this game.
Pilgrim's got to find that purple patch that he found
100.
in week 2, where he was hitting things with his eyes closed. Not literally, but it felt like he was. He had everything in the week that he won. Even a 150 checkout to win the week.
45.
Pilgrim's got luxury now.
Darryl, you require
No need
170.
to reel in the big fish.
Is it possibly going to come down to
134.
someone missing darts for going through and then someone pinching it?
Well, it is probably going to come down to one leg, isn't it? Whatever McEwen hits here, Pilgrim will have 3 darts at double 18. He might leave himself.
140.
3 darts at double 18. Gets the
Darryl,
next
you
best thing.
require 36.
Hasn't been brilliant on this double tonight.
Game
But he
shot
is
on the
right
sixth
there. It's a
leg.
one-leg
Darryl
shootout
Pilgrim.
to see who goes through in Group 2 in second position.
7th and final leg. It's Jim
This is
to
what
throw
Saturday
first.
nights are all about.
Game on.
The pressure, it will be felt, but who can handle it best?
Who can handle it best, you say?
125.
Just make peace with the fact that you're not going to get a 180 in this game, Jim. They've both got 10-ton plus
96.
scores. McEwen's got more 140s. He's still got the darts.
Oh, again, he's in first dart. The first dart from McEwen has been incredible.
140.
Third one this time does find the lipstick. He's got Pilgrim well on the back foot.
He's hit 8 140s. 8 140s in this match.
58.
Twice as many as Darryl. The last time Darryl was in a Champions Night, he fell at the semi-finals. It looks more likely that he's not going to get to the semi-finals. And again, the first start is plumb. And he does find his first 180 of the game with his last opportunity to get it.
And Pilgrim would have had to hit a 180. He actually hit an 18 with his previous dart to give himself the chance to leave the
95.
finish there, Darryl Pilgrim.
Jim, you require 56.
So that could be the last dart he throws. Jim McEwen has remained rock solid throughout this game. Whatever Pilgrim's thrown at him, he has had an answer. Double 10.
36.
Not found, but not a problem yet.
Make it a problem, Daryl. He can stay upstairs.
125.
He gets the second treble.
Jim, you require
He leaves
20.
127, but does he get a look at it?
2 10s. 2 5s.
No score.
Oh, the drama. He does get a look at it.
Daryl, you
Has
require
Chucky chucked it away?
127.
5 match starts missed. It's not going to be pinched. That treble is no good. Now, is it a blessing that McEwen's miss was a bust shot?
91.
Because he goes back to 10s
Jim, you require
instead of
20.
having something like 5.
Game, shot,
And McEwen
and the match.
puts out
Jim
Pilgrim. The
McEwen.
favourite departs, and Chucky remains in the race. He is the last man through to the semi-finals. Andreas Harrison, Sebastian Białecki, Moreno Michaels, and Jim McEwen are the final 4 at Champions Night at the MODUS Super Series.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series and welcome back to Champions Night, where the first real story has emerged. The bookmakers' favourite to lift this title is out. Daryl Pilgrim losing 4-3 to Jim McEwen in a deciding game in Group 2. It means that Mr. P isn't going to be Mr. W in Series 5. Well, the man who lifted this title on the last 2 occasions is Luke Little. He was unable to make it a hat-trick of titles on this particular occasion. He was actually beaten by Sebastian Białecki, who we're going to see in the semi-finals from 10 p.m. But he is here in the auditorium this evening, and he is going to be taking part in our Bullseye Challenge you may be seeing across our social media feeds over the last few weeks, and we know exactly how good he is on that segment to the board. So let's see what he can do in 60 seconds. He's on stage with our MC, Paul Starr.
And now can you please welcome to compete in his Bullseye Challenge. He is the reigning 2 times back-to-back MODUS Super Series champion. He is the Nuke. He is Luke Littler. So it's going to be 3 practice starts. Every bullseye is 2 points. 25s are 1 point. 1 minute.
He's been off duty all night, but now he's back on duty. What can he possibly do in the next 60 seconds? Luke Littler going for the bullseye.
2.
1 point for a 25, 2 for a bullseye, and he's chasing a record held by Cameron Crabtree of 22 points.
3. It's a total of 7.
He is very, very quick when he gets going. He's going to need plenty of those. It's good. But
3.
how good will it
Total of
be
10.
at the end of 60 seconds? Paul Starr will take him through to the 60-second mark. He goes through the
4.
posts for
It's
4.
a total of 14.
This is good. Keep it going, Luke. You're running out of time. That doesn't help. The record looks safe.
2.
A brilliant
It's
effort,
total
but
of
only
16.
2. This could be his last throw.
And no score. So Luke Littler has a total of 16.
He's all right on the ball, isn't he? And he's still a crowd favourite, isn't he, Luke Lee? He's actually going to be joining myself and Paul Nicholson on the stage after 10 o'clock, where we're going to see our semi-finals. We are now 3 games away from finding out who the victor is going to be in MODUS Super Series 5. So stay tuned, because we're going to find out the identity of our first finalist shortly. A very good evening and welcome to the MODUS Super Series, where it is Champions Night here in Portsmouth. Our 5th victor in this competition is going to be crowned in the next hour and a half, and we know the identity of our 4 semi-finalists. 6 pool games have been and gone, and 2 players have already been eliminated. This is the best of what's happened so far, with commentary by Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
McEwen, and there are people even on finals night going under the radar.
Game
But that
shot
is
on the
another
third
break
leg.
of throw.
Sebastian
And the best
Białecki.
leg of the night so far, which is a 14-darter, 144, but it could
Andreas,
be
you require
a
81.
4th break of throw if Harrison takes this.
16 will leave the bullseye.
Game
Oh,
shot
and
on
he
the fourth
bets it.
leg. Andreas
It is
Harrison.
another break. Nobody can get a hold on this match or in this match, and Harrison.
A match-winning chance.
Andreas, you require 80.
Without hesitation, Harrison needs one more single for tops in his first 2 points of Champions Night.
60.
He thought he could just
Sebastian,
lay it
you
on
require
that.
32.
Many times that would have skidded off and slid into the double. But
Game shot on the
Białecki
sixth
finds a
leg.
double,
Sebastian
and he takes us the
Białecki.
distance in the first match of the night. He could accuse both players of doing the wrong shot on that occasion, but if he gets this right, that's all that matters,
Game
and it
shot.
is
And the match.
Andreas Harrison,
Andreas Harrison.
who gets the first win of Champions Night, a 4-3. In the match before that, he posted the record losing average of 118.88.
180.
But never mind 118, there's 180 for Moreno to get himself down to a double after a dozen.
100. Moreno, you require
Brilliant scoring
24.
leg. Is he fully settled?
Game shot on
You
the
better
second
believe
leg.
he is. That's a
Moreno
13-darter.
Michaels. Moreno, you required 24.
The average of Moreno is climbing fast.
Game
and it
shot on the
continues to
fourth
do
leg.
so.
Moreno Michaels.
This is an excellent performance. What a great start. What a
Game
great
shot.
finish.
And the match.
He is the
Moreno
man
Michaels.
who seems to have the wood on Mr. P. He's got no stability in his dart. He's all barrel and flight. There's minimal stem. Minimal chance if Białecki hits double 16, and he
Game shot on the
does
second leg.
for a ton-topping
Sebastian
checkout and a
Białecki.
2-0 lead. Bolt.
To go to the
Sebastian, you
semi-finals.
requires 67.
Welcome to the carnage that is Portsmouth on a Saturday night. 67 away.
Double 8.
Game
Sebastian's
shot.
in the semis.
And the match. Sebastian
Białecki.
Białecki.
The boomer.
Moreno, you require
In game
81.
6.
All the time in the world here, which is why he elected to go for that
Game
treble
shot on
10
the first
to
leg.
leave
Moreno
double 16.
Michaels.
And Moreno Michael.
Moreno, you requires 60.
Just don't look directly at the Chucky eyes on the back of the shirt. You might get hypnotised.
Remember what Mr. Nicholson just
Game
said.
shot on the third
double
leg. Moreno
means
Michaels.
that Moreno Michaels will be in the semi-final. And he could do that here. 85 required. Treble 15. Leaves him on tops. And 10s.
Game shot on
And
the
he
fifth
does
leg.
get to 3.
Moreno Michaels.
Well, that is good news as far as Daryl Pilkington.
It's not about 180s here, it's about 118s.
Double top then for parity.
Game shot on
And
the sixth
there it is,
leg.
a 118.
Jim McEwen.
Gets himself in position to put himself in pole position to go through.
Moreno, you requires 68.
2 from 2. He's already in the semis. Can he seal it with a victory?
No score.
Wrong bed. Wrong bed. Bit of luck.
Jim, you
for
require
Chucky.
148.
Goldilocks for Moreno. And you can now breathe again, Mr. Michaels, because next time you want to go and hit double 4 if you get the 60 once
98.
again.
Well, that's the thing. He's got to now hit
Moreno,
the 60
he
again to
requires
get the
68.
opportunity. He might not. He does. Can he put the
Game
wrong right?
shot.
Yes, he can.
And the match. Moreno
It
Michaels.
took a couple of attempts for the 68 finish, but it's a 4-3 win that sets up a mouth-watering match in the final one of our group game. Would have thought
Robbie
that when the
require
evening began.
100.
I'm all over that game.
Can Grundy get all over this finish? Great start. Great dart. Double 10.
Game shot on
And
the
that is
first leg.
very, very
Rob
authoritative,
Grundy.
because we've been watching Rob Grundy over the last couple of nights.
Lifeline time. What is now 3 may become 2.
48.
He's had his chances.
Andreas should require 18.
If he doesn't like double 9, he can't split this. But he
Game
doesn't
shot on
have
the
to.
third leg.
And Rob
Andreas
Grundy is the
Harrison.
first person to leave the lounge here tonight. He's still got a game to complete. But
Give us some
Rob
fireworks.
should
Why
require
wouldn't you?
132.
show him how it's done, Luke. Littler's in row 2. But he didn't go this route when he was getting 2 bullseye finishes.
Yeah, treble 16 gets it. Double 12.
Game
Well,
shot on the
it's
fifth
an
leg.
orthodox
Rob
champagne
Grundy.
shot.
Andreas should require 48.
So to top the group, just as he
Game
did earlier
shot
in the week,
and the
Andreas
match.
Harrison
Andreas
gets
Harrison.
it done against Grundy. A 4-3 victory. Grundy goes down. Harrison goes through.
The MODUS Super Series completed it.
Oh, now to complete this finish, it might be a 20 and a bullseye. That wasn't the plan when he started, but it is the bull for Pilgrim.
Game
and he
shot on the
beds
fourth
bull.
leg. Daryl Pilgrim.
A wave of the arms. There are so many players that are not happy with how they're playing tonight, or the fact they haven't been playing like that.
Hasn't been brilliant on this double tonight.
Game
But he
shot on
is
the
right
sixth
there. It's a
leg.
one-leg
Daryl
shootout
Pilgrim.
to see who goes through in Group 2 to 10s
Jim, you require
instead of
20.
having something like 5.
Game shot.
McEwen
and the match.
puts out
Jim
Pilgrim. The
McEwen.
favourite departs, and Chucky remains in the race.
So that is what we saw in the group stage action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So only 3 games remain in Series 5 here at the MODUS Super Series. And the man who's picked up the title on the last 2 occasions did quite make a hat-trick this time around, but he's joined us on the stage. Luke Littler is alongside Paul Nicholson, who was commentating on that action with Chris Murphy in the group stage. Luke, first of all, great to have you here at the Live Lounge. I suppose it's a little bit of a different experience, isn't it, tonight?
Yeah, it's very different, obviously not playing, but it's good to watch, and I've wished everyone good luck, and I wish the semi-finalists good luck, so good luck to them and make the best man win.
Well, Paul, we've seen him in the last 2 series here. What was the contribution of Luke Littler to this competition in your eyes?
I think there was a very hot debate before Luke had even played here as to who was the face of the MODUS Super Series. I think in 2023 that question wasn't just answered, it was emphatic. And when you consider everything you've done this year, and indeed over the last 2 years, you've won a lot of different tournaments. You've won things like the British Open, the British Classic. You've won JDC events aplenty. But where does the Super Series sit in how your game and your career has evolved at such a young age?
It's at the top. Obviously, I was shocked to win it the first time, and then the second time against Colin was very scrappy, but I got over the line and I made history again. But it's definitely at the top, because obviously the 20 grand, but anything other than this in the PDC will obviously be better, but this ranks at the top.
Well, because this might be the last time you come here, I just want to say thank you from myself and everybody in the commentary staff and everybody who works backstage and the fans as well for all of the highlights. Some of the Saturday nights that you've been here with the egging the crowd for Bull 11 Bull finishes, there's not many people who do that, so thank you for doing things like this, because this kind of entertainment, we don't take it for granted.
Obviously, that's what it started. I think it started the crowd off, the Bull 11 Bull, but obviously I knew I was through after the 2 legs, so I just thought, why not?
At what point did you think, do you know what, I'm going to be Luke Littler, the crowd favourite?
Well, obviously you've got different areas in the crowd where they obviously cheer for different people, but there's some that don't cheer for anyone, they cheer for everyone. And I just wanted everyone to be on my side, and thankfully they did for the past 4 Saturdays I've been in.
Also, we're going to see you at the World Championships later on in the year. We're going to see you on the Pro Tour next year. What kind of experiences can you take from the Super Series that you can now take going into that type of environment, the Pro Tour, the World Championships?
Well, obviously, through the week, you're obviously in here for a good 4 to 5 hours, but on the Pro Tour, if you make it far, you're obviously in there for a longer time, and obviously it's best of 11, which that's all I do do at home now, best of 11, because that's what's going to come up for myself.
Well, as a two-time champion, you're probably the most qualified person here to do a bit of punishing. So I'm going to get you to do a little bit of punishing and describe what's happened this evening, because it has been a real bumper night so far here at the Super Series. This is what we've seen so far in the group stage worth of action. Andreas Harrison, the king of the 4-3s, winning both of his matches in Group 1. Sebastian Białowski making his way through after getting the better of Grundy 4-0. Whereas in Group 2, we had a shootout. And the big story, Paul, is the favourite to win the night, Daryl Pilgrim. He's out of the competition.
He's out, but we have to pay credit to Marino Michaels, because the way he imposed himself in that group really quickly in disposing of Daryl Pilgrim, we have to say that he is the executioner of Mr. P, because he's beaten him twice in the last almost 24 hours. And he was shocked by that. I give Daryl a lot of credit for trying to get back into that game with Jim McEwen, but obviously the first start from McEwen in that second game of the night, it was extraordinary, and it put Daryl under so much pressure. He's survived the pressure most of the week, even when he wasn't playing. But the fact of the matter is, we now have to see who gets the title. It's not going to be Mr. P.
It's not going to be, and these are the tables on the two respective groups. Following the end of the action, how important, Luke, is on a Saturday night winning those groups to ensure that you have the advantage of throwing your semi-final?
Yeah, obviously if you win your group, you've got the darts for the semi-final. But the way I look at it, you win your group and then you just let your darts go into the semi and then the final.
And so, in this scenario, you've been here twice before. You're 2 games away from glory. You're 2 games away from lifting the title. What are the players in the back room going to feel now? What are those nerves like? Is it excitement? Is it trauma? What's it like?
I was thinking, when I made the final against Jacob Taylor, I was just in the back room I was saying to myself, wow, there's 20 grand on the line. But in their minds, it shouldn't be on the mind, but how can it be? It's 20 grand, and obviously it's going to be on their minds.
Well, Luke, you're going to present the trophy a little bit later on. Paul, you're going to head over to commentary for all the action for the remainder of the evening. Our first semi-final is going to see the Super Swede Andreas Harrison in action up against Jim McEwen in front of a bumper crowd, it has to be said, here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And tickets are now available for Series 6 at the MODUS Super Series. And this is how you could be a part of the Darty Party in Pompey.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth, here at the MODUS Live Lounge. It's the semi-final stage of Champions Night, live from the MODUS Super Series, and we are ready. Our semi-finalists are ready, and it's tungsten time. And now let's welcome our first semi-finalist. He is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And please welcome our second semi-finalist. He is Chucky Jim McEwen.
And so it is Sweden against Scotland in our first semi-final here at the MODUS Super Series, with 3 games on finding out who the victor is going to be. Paul Nicholson has made his way over to the commentary box to describe all the action in the company of Chris Murphy. Good evening, Chris.
Good evening, Henry. Good evening, everybody. And the fireworks are about to start, because now we have 3 more matches to end Super Series 5. We have a Scotsman, Jim McEwen, a Swede in Andreas Harrison, a Polish player in Sebastian Białecki, and a Dutch darter in Moreno Michaels. One of those 4 will lift the trophy behind them on that stage and pocket £20,000. A real different
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Andreas to throw first.
This evening.
Game on.
Andreas Harrison had serene progress in getting through Group A. Maybe not so serene tonight. Both of his wins were 4-3. Jim McEwen, after being beaten by the impressive Michaels, had to
60.
then win a last leg shootout against a pre-tournament favourite, Daryl Pilgrim. McEwen prevailed. As you just said in your analysis on stage, Paul, his first start in that match was immaculate.
100.
Most of the time. It's his last start in the first visit of the match that finds the red bit. But I'm going to ask you the question, Paul. Out of those 4, who will be in the money at the MODUS Super Series tonight?
140.
I said Jim McEwen at the start. I'm not going to change my mind. When you've been tested like he was in that Game 6 shootout with Daryl Pilgrim,
60.
and putting in such an impressive scoring display in that leg 7, you've got to see it. He's up for this. He does not have the
60.
darts in this game by virtue of finishing 2nd in Group 2. Harrison just doing things the same sort of way that he's done them all week. Quietly. On the sly, maybe.
140.
Without the headlines. Great atmosphere here tonight. Really great to be out there. It's warm in there. It's boisterous.
60.
Plenty of support. But there are no English players in the semi-finals of a Champions Night for the first time. I think that's pretty telling as to how things have changed here at the Super Series in the last
91.
Yeah, real plethora
96.
of nationalities.
Jimmy
4
required
different
110.
countrymen fighting it out in the final 4. Jim McEwen told me earlier in the week that he'll be louder at his neighbour's house than it will here. Wife Gail and friends cheering him on.
70.
Would have been hoping to have been cheering
Andreas
that in,
require
and now they'll be
85.
hoping that Harrison doesn't mop up.
We showed you a bullseye finish of his earlier on tonight.
60.
Hasn't got another one to add to that
Jimmy
immaculate
required 40.
1-2-9 from earlier in the week. McEwen on tops with 3 darts in hand. Dangerous territory to leave Jim McEwen in. 5-5. Last time he went for this, he hit a 12.
No
and he's
score.
done it again. But this time it's the double 12.
Andreas required 25.
Two 8s. Very
17.
reminiscent of the very first game of the night.
Jimmy
where
required
Białecki
40.
played Harrison and they missed a whole host of doubles. The pressure is even higher now. This time he has a marker on 10s.
Game shot on the first
Uses that
leg.
marker
Jim
perfectly.
McEwen.
Jim McEwen, a few cheers in the crowd for him. There are 1 or 2 people that have come
Second leg, it's Jim to
specifically
throw
support
first.
Jim McEwen.
Game on.
I always remember a amazing performance that Jim McEwen produced at the seniors. It was his debut,
41.
TV debut at the seniors, and he made all the way through to the final in York. He seems quite settled on that stage. The only time I think I've seen him sort of unsettled
100.
was the second half of his match against Neil Duff at the Lakeside.
Agreed.
Last year.
I mean, think about his Lakeside debut and how many times people have averaged 100, or indeed in the high 90s at Lakeside. He goes into his first match on hallowed
85.
ground and plays superbly. He has a great deal of experience. Now Harrison's starting to find that 60.
140.
His first few visits were very much about finding his line again. And he's had big, big gaps between games tonight. He played game 1, game 5, and now he's in game 7.
100.
He wants to be in game number 9, which will be a £10,000 match.
Well,
57.
McEwen wants to score at least 105 here to make sure on throw that he is on a finish first. Well, you want more than that now. But he will have to look at the ball.
130.
It's a really good visit, but it's still a very tricky out. Harrison wants to leave 64.
140.
Really well done.
Jim, you require 145.
There'll be a very nervous Anton Östlund in the crowd supporting Andreas Harrison tonight. If Andreas is nervous, he's not going to show it.
60. Andreas, you require 64.
Shows about as much emotion as a chess piece. Double top.
44.
Chance for McEwen.
Jim,
He
you
would
require
love to get
85.
to treble 15 to settle himself in on his favourite double. He gets 2 for 2-0. And he's
Game
halfway
shot on the
to
second
final
leg.
already.
Jim McEwen.
Came into this semi-final.
Third leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game
91.85
on.
with 35% on the doubles. Maintaining an average of over 91 for the entire week. Doubles have gone down a peg or two.
180.
But we know how good Harrison is at scrapping one out.
Oh, what a this is what he was doing before, wasn't it? Responding. He can get hit hard.
135.
You're trying to tell me that Jim McEwen would be the ideal pen pal? Because he would always respond.
If you like.
Well, Harrison coming into the semi-finals, 86.18 as a nightly average, 32% on doubles. So statistically, McEwen the better player tonight, even though he's lost a game. But you can't lose
85.
any more.
It's a long old way for Jim McEwen to travel down to Portsmouth, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a long way from Maybole.
Yeah.
Just outside of Turnberry, one of the most beautiful parts of Scotland.
81.
Up in Ayrshire. Like a certain Robert Thornton.
Indeed. Harrison has been Mr. Predictable this week. Averaging around the 90 mark.
91.
Well over 40% on
Andreas,
his
you
doubles all
require
week.
140.
And if you believe in patterns, what about the fact, as he misses the 140 and lays up the tops, but what about the fact that he has won 4 games every day he's played this week? If he does that again tonight, he's the champion.
It was hard work
100.
for Andreas Harrison to win
Andreas, you require 40.
this game, but the first small step is in front of him. He stumbles, he trips, he falls
30.
flat on his face, and Jim McEwen now could move 3
Jim, you
clear
require 90.
and 1 away from the series final.
Double 15.
60.
Wow. You can't get much closer.
Andreas, you require 10.
Andreas breathes again.
Game shot on the third leg.
Pins it in the
Andreas
top corner.
Harrison.
Harrison halves the deficit. McEwen made to wait. But
Fourth
he's still
leg, it's Jim to
very
throw
much
first.
in control
Game
of this
on.
contest.
We had an interview earlier in the week with Andreas, and he was asked the question of, if you win this week, is that the biggest thing you've ever done in darts? And he said, yeah, it probably would be.
180.
The first 180 of the semi-final for Jim McEwen. And that's his third of the night. But Andreas's response
80.
could have been very good had he not got a wicked deflection there. But his response in the interview was, yeah, it probably would be the biggest thing I've done in darts. But at the minute, it stands at winning the team event in the Europe Cup with Sweden.
100.
That was very, very proud moment for Andreas. But this is individual.
Tell you what's noticeable, despite the distance that we mentioned earlier, for Jim
60.
McEwen from Maybolt, a fair few are cheering for Chucky tonight.
He might have put a little symbol in the sky. A call out for the Chucky cheerleaders. And they've assembled
55.
on London Road.
Well, not on a finish, but nor will Andreas Harrison be.
Well, Jim has spent a lot of time on the South Coast in the last couple of
100.
years with us. He might have made a lot of friends.
Well, this is true. And as we spoke about before, he mastered things in Southampton. Won weeks there, won Champions Weeks there, won Champion of Champions there. And
He's won everything.
except a Champions Night here in Portsmouth and that top prize of £20,000. He's getting closer.
Win the series tonight. Where does that
100.
put Jim in the all-time list?
Jim, you require 32.
He'd be close to the top.
Double 16 to move within one of the final. Has to adjust. Can he put one between the posts, straight in the middle?
No score.
Oh, he's Robin Hooded. Right at the wrong
Andreas,
time.
you require
A
161.
gift to Andreas Harrison.
Yeah, it's a Robin Dud.
That would have been good from Harrison, but he can only
90.
leave it handy. McEwen
Jim, you
returns.
require
Doesn't spend an
32.
awful lot of time in this portion of the dartboard. And he's having to shuffle again. You can see the reaction from Jim. Doesn't like it.
At least double 8 hasn't got anything in its path.
When
Yeah,
Jim
he's shot on the
McEwen
fourth
sees
leg.
red,
Jim
the
McEwen.
dart lands in the bed. McEwen closing
Fifth leg,
in,
it's Andreas to throw
tiptoeing
first.
towards the big money
Game
match. One leg away. Andreas Harrison now has no margin for error.
He's had a margin for error all week.
100.
But that tells an enormous story. Yes, you want to give yourself chances. McEwen's given himself a stunning amount of opportunities to get legs
100.
here. 17 darts at a double to get 3 legs.
Yeah, more than twice as much as Harrison. He's given himself every chance, and he's taking enough chances.
180.
They're loving the maximums and the madness that we've seen at Champions Night.
Well, from here, I don't mean to take your mantle as the pun master, but Andreas has got to have a take a chance on me
123.
3 legs. And the winner does take it all tonight, but it's more likely to be Scottish than
45.
Swedish at this juncture.
Well, Harrison is on course to close the gap here. A rare mess from McEwen.
24.
Usually so tidy.
Smiles in the crowd. Nerves on the stage.
100.
Steady from Andreas, who has not been at fault most of the week. We've seen a shock tonight. You could indeed call it an aftershock.
140.
With Pilgrim
And
not
Drescher
making the
requires
semis.
76.
Well, we could be a couple of visits away from the end of this one here. Harrison has to hit, or McCune will get a go, and Harrison doesn't even get a dart at double.
44.
Is this
Jim, you require
the moment for McEwen?
114.
One more treble. Does he stay there? I don't think he is. He was maybe caught in two minds because that dart is pretty much exactly halfway between the 60 and the 54.
In footballing terms,
40.
it was somewhere
And
between a
Drescher
cross and a
requires
shot, wasn't it?
32.
And neither happened. It went out for a throw-in instead. Harrison not throwing as well as he would like to be. Is he building towards that double?
Game
He
shot on the
is.
fifth leg.
Is he building
Andreas
towards the
Harrison.
comeback? That remains to be seen.
That's the biggest celebration I've seen from Dirty Harrison this week.
Sixth
That
leg,
says
it's Jim to
something.
throw first. Game on.
This game has been played in a mid-80s average kind of quality. But averages are out the window now. What they've done throughout the week,
60.
it's irrelevant. It's all about the now. You haven't really got any exuberant players left in Series 5.
100.
You've got four very stoic, internalizing players who don't show emotion, but I guarantee you one of them will by the end of the night.
There's that first dart again. Beautiful darts he throws, by the way,
100.
Jim McEwen. Just aesthetically, they look like they're worth a fortune.
I guarantee you they're not 24 karat gold. If they went to Tutankhamun's lair
96.
and found Jim McEwen's darts, I wouldn't be surprised. They are that pretty. Look at them. They're almost regal. But he wants to be the king, doesn't he?
100.
And he would be the king of the Super Series if he wins tonight.
Well, Andreas Harrison
123.
the man wearing that crown himself, but McEwen has just put his foot on his throat in this game. This visit here is enormous. And McEwen is going to be on a finish first, barring a disaster.
100.
But it's not as small as he would have liked.
I'm not sure because of the lie of Dart 1, because it was a little flatter, that maybe the switch to the 19s or 17s was best there, because
60.
had he got a single
Jimmy
down
required
there, it would have been
141.
an easier shot.
It's not an easy shot for Harrison when he comes back, but it's a better one than McEwen's attempting here. Andreas Harrison will only need one treble to get a dart at the bullseye.
97.
How good
Andreas
is that last
required
dart?
122.
He is praying to have a shot at Motown.
Well, that's interesting. Treble 19 now. He does get his go at the bullseye. Unorthodox,
97.
almost effective, but now Jim McEwen will get the chance at four
Jim, you
tops
require 44.
to reach the series final. And
Game
McEwen
shot.
makes it.
And the match.
Jim
McEwen.
Is in the final of MODUS Super Series 5. He could be the lord of the live lounge. He sends Andreas Harrison, the Group A winner, packing in the semis. It's been a great campaign for him. But Chucky is on course to be the champion. The pair discuss what happened in the game, but Jim McEwen got in front, got himself chance after chance. Look at that, 19 darts at double in the game, and he took enough of them to secure his spot in the decider, where he will take on either Moreno Michaels or Sebastian Białecki.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series and welcome back to Champions Night here in Portsmouth, where our first finalist has been confirmed. Jim McEwen, the last man to win a competition before the Super Series inception in July last year, is into the final of the big one here at Champions Week, getting the better of Andreas Harrison by 4 legs to 2. Who is going to join him in the £20,000 jackpot match? It is a battle of the Netherlands and Poland as Moreno Michaels takes on Sebastian Białecki to see who is going to face Chucky in the Big Chuck in half an hour's time. To get the players on the stage, it's a very good evening once again to our Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Polestar.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the MODUS Live Lounge. It's the semi-final stage of Champions Night live at the MODUS Super Series. And yes, we're ready and the players are ready. So can you please welcome Moreno Michael? And can you please welcome Sebastian Białecki!
Our second semi-final is between Moreno Michaels and Sebastian Białecki. Of the 100 of players that began this competition, only 3 remain in the race. Who is going to join Jim McEwen in the final? Let's find out with Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
And 2 players that perhaps many would not have picked to have been on the stage in a semi-final on a Champions Night. Sebastian Białecki, not least because he was in the same week and same Champions Finals night as Luke Littler, the 2-time winner of the Super Series, who will be handing his trophy over. Could it be to Moreno Michaels, who's had a great night tonight, maybe the best night? Or would it be Sebastian Białecki, who has had this total turnaround this week, having had a
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
He only managed to win a couple of matches. Now, he's a couple of matches away from winning £20,000.
Yeah, darts is weird sometimes, isn't it?
140.
It's very much an open course now for Sebastian to plot his way to a £20,000 check.
60.
I just wonder if something is in the air this week, Murph, because we've had Storm Kieran in the UK over the last
45.
week or so. And Białecki reminds me this week of a certain Kieran Tian, who was the first winner here in Portsmouth on September the 3rd, 2022.
140.
He had a miserable Group C. He got his way through to the Saturday and won. And Sebastian Białecki is looking to do just that.
60.
Averaging 90.44 for the night. That is above what he's done all week. Is he yet again
98.
like he was in week 9 when he had Littler in his group and he had Andy Bolton? Is he saving his best for the end? 44% of the doubles tonight as well.
100.
Is even more in the way of output for the Pole.
It's a remarkable final 3, really, when you think about it, all in different
119.
stages of their career. Białecki ready
Moreno,
to
you
take
require
the world of darts
156.
by storm. Moreno Michaels looking at 156 here. What a start this would be.
Game shot on the first
for the
leg.
Dutchman.
Moreno Michaels.
Well, Michaels has been the star of the last couple of nights, really. A player who
Second leg, it's Sebastian to throw
played
first.
on the professional circuit before, but now just coming up to the age of 40, hoping his darting life begins again. Then, of course, the man who's already in the final in his senior years as a darter, Jim McEwen, doing
99.
his best stuff.
In a week where we've had Halloween, Moreno might be a darting zombie about to come back to life.
60.
And the fireworks that everybody's going to hear over the course of tomorrow on Guy Fawkes night, they might be in celebration for the Dutchman getting the jackpot.
140.
I refused to let anybody forget about him at the start of the night. I know that I didn't tip Moreno to win tonight. I thought he would
58.
cause people a lot of problems. He's done that already.
No, you went down the Halloween theme, didn't you? He has scared and hurt a few people. Maybe it's Moreno Michaels Myers we should be calling him.
That is phenomenal. That may be his nickname now, then. Call him
134.
Halloween. I like it.
Yeah, but the three we've got is a real
140.
sort of
Sebastian, you require 128.
sample of what dart players can be, isn't it? 68 remaining. No need to go the 18s route at the start of that.
He's had a few darts fall out the board this week.
88.
There was a portion of me thinking that maybe the 16s were the player there.
And here comes the Dutchman, trying to put some pressure on.
100.
Only one treble, so
Sebastian
tops for
required
Białecki to level
40.
up this second semi. Double 10. Double 5. Chasing here.
Game shot on the second
But he
leg.
does get over the
Sebastian
line in the end.
Białecki.
Right in the middle as well. You will not see a better double 5 than that in your life.
Third leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Dutchman's been really consistent this evening, winning both of his games with an average of 93 and change.
100.
Really consistent on the doubles as well. 4 from 9 and 4 from 10. They are the kind of numbers that will cause problems for your opponents.
96.
And just to throw something into that, Jim McEwen's worst average of the night came in that semi-final win. It's not about the big averages,
81.
the big numbers, the big finishes. It's winning moments. Yes, we have seen people average 109 in a Saturday final before. In fact, we've seen somebody average 117
60.
in a Saturday final. This is not about averages. This is about getting the win and the win only.
100.
And the man who hit 109 in the auditorium. For those who are watching on the YouTube channel, Luke Littler
55.
attempted the bullseye challenge. He got 14, wasn't it? The record is 22. Cam Crabtree. If you want to watch any of those bullseye challenge videos, they are all across our social media.
180.
Players trying to hit 350s, but Moreno there hitting 360s.
$140. Moreno, you require 40.
Double top.
Game
No
shot on the
problem
third
whatsoever.
leg. Moreno Michaels.
He looks the most assured tonight. Statistically, he's playing
Fourth
the
leg, it's
best
Sebastian to throw
of
first.
anybody.
Game on.
I've never seen him play this effectively with the same sort of mentality that he had when he played version 1 Moreno Michaels,
85.
which was years ago. He was asked a question earlier about whether this is the biggest day of his darting life.
140.
He said that playing in the World Championship 10 years ago was the biggest day of his darting life, but if he wins tonight, he might have to change his answer.
47.
You know, it's interesting here from Daryl Pilgrim, the favourite, when he spoke about tonight. He said, you know, he's won big games against big players.
60.
But tonight it's about winning on a stage, lifting a trophy, a tournament win is a very different feeling, isn't it?
Yeah, being the last person standing is a great feeling. Knowing that nobody is experiencing what you are right
59.
now.
Well, Sebastian Białecki, he doesn't even turn 20 until next month. Could be playing an opponent 37 years his senior in
59.
the final.
That's darts. It's not the biggest age gap that I've seen since we started this project. I remember when Martin Adams played Keane Barry. And that was on Keane's
100.
18th birthday. And Martin was in his mid-60s. The gap was about 45 years.
Well, you think of some of the players we've had here. We could have Jim McEwen, of course, lifting
100.
the title at 56. Exactly 40 years older than the player who last won it. 16-year-old Luke Littler. In fact, he'll be handing it him. Should be the other way around, shouldn't it?
What a role reversal that would be.
96. Moreno, you require
could be.
142.
Luke handing it to this man right here. He's had some big finishes this week.
120.
Purely because
Sebastian,
of timing.
you require
You'd
140.
probably have to say that would have been the best of the lot. Oh, look out. He's missed the single number.
Well, that could
74.
be unforgivable, and it could be
Moreno, you require
something he can't
22.
recover from, because Michaels comes back for double 11. Okay, he can still rescue this on double 4.
18.
Couldn't quite get there.
Sebastian, you require 40.
Białecki's like electronic now. He's getting away with it. Double 5 again. And
Game
again,
shot on
it's
the
in the
fourth
middle.
leg. Sebastian
It's
Białecki.
2-2. It might not have been had Moreno hit double
Fifth
11
leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
or something a
Game
little
on.
smaller. What a grind this is. A good quality game. As McEwen sits in the
30.
practice room, ready for the only bullseye shootout of the week.
The advantage of throwing first in the semi-finals came from
92.
winning the groups, but in the final, it's a good old-fashioned bull up.
96.
We've seen some spectacular stuff from Białecki on Saturday nights before. It will feel rather different to him at the
134.
minute because he's here on a Saturday night and Andy Bolton's not here. The last 2 Saturday nights he was involved in, he was playing Andy in the final.
180.
Well, that's been such a strong part of his game this week, the maximum hitting from Moreno Michaels.
That's his 6th of the night. He's got more 180s than
130.
anybody by a stretch. McEwen's only got 3, and there may be more if he wants to leave 15.
Good thinking
100.
from Białecki on his
Sebastian,
previous
you
start.
require
Going for the ball and surely left a
145.
check out of some sort.
$58. Moreno required 95.
Question time. Bull. And now he's got what Sebastian's got, but he only had 2 darts for it.
35.
Well, he wanted bullseye at the start
Sebastian,
of
you
that.
require 87.
Sebastian Białecki might want bullseye at the end of this visit. Oh, he's got something rather better than that. 2 darts. A double 18 for a break.
69.
Well, that might break him.
Moreno, you require 60.
The Dutchman's darts do stand up. And that's why he has to move 6 inches.
Game shot on the fifth
Perfectly
leg.
pitched. He
Moreno
now
Michaels.
needs only 1 more leg to play Chucky in the final and to guarantee
Sixth leg, it's Sebastian to throw
a
first.
prize of £10,000 with a chance to double it.
Perfect first start, though, from Białecki. Followed by a bedfellow.
180.
And we could well be going the distance.
Only his 2nd max of the night.
58.
Can he draw on all of his experience? He's only 19, but he has played in a lot of different places. And I just held my breath there like you did, Murph, because he was 4 perfect into a 9 again.
Yeah, had the 9 darter earlier in the week. That came at the end of Thursday's Group C action. We've never seen
100.
lightning struck on Champions Night.
We've never seen lightning strike twice in the same day when it comes to perfect legs. But look at this barrage into the lipstick.
140. $93. Sebastian, you require
Good last
81.
start, but he's still some way behind in this leg. It looks like being a penultimate leg. of this match rather than the last one.
That's okay, that dart.
49.
He can now plot his way to double 16 and a last leg shootout. But Moreno would have the darts in the last
26.
leg because he won his
Sebastian
group.
required 32.
And that's what it could all come down to.
That's not a blocker from what he can see.
No score.
The last thing you want to do is keep doing that. If Moreno can get on a finish here, something very gettable.
41.
And he doesn't get onto one, so a bit of
Sebastian
freedom here for
required
Białecki to get the
32.
job done and take us to leg 7. But double 16 has been a problem this week.
It remains a problem. It's still an issue.
No score.
And he can't solve it. But Moreno Michaels is going to be kicking himself here because he's as good as given up on this leg.
Don't
60.
give up. Because if it happens again,
Sebastian, you required
that 1, 2, 3
32.
could be a match-winning chance.
Białecki perseveres. He might be relieved to have missed inside and got to go at
Game
another
shot on the
target.
6th
'Cause that
leg.
one's straight
Sebastian
in.
Białecki.
He may shake his head. The pair shake hands, but
7th and final leg. It's Moreno to
one
throw
leg will
first.
determine
Game
who
on.
will meet McEwen in the decider.
If Białecki's going to get a match start, for heaven's sake, don't leave double 16.
100.
Leave double 18. Leave tops. Leave the bull.
Well, on his winning week, we saw him do that, didn't we? Move away from double 16 as the week went on. And I don't think he'll be going back there. That's something, actually, that's maybe admirable from Białecki.
85.
That he's got a willingness to change the plan when it's not working.
Yeah, but I don't think he's changed the plan to full effect this week. He might need to change the plan based on
100.
what happens now. As far as Super Series 5 is concerned, there is no tomorrow.
58.
There's only right now. It's a trebleless
55.
visit, which means Białecki can get back in this leg, even with a ton. He would like to be half a dart ahead.
Really needs to find another treble. Does find another
122.
treble. Gets himself to within similar range of Moreno, who now could be in trouble.
First time he's been under massive pressure tonight.
85.
He beat Pilgrim 4-1. He beat McEwen 4-3, but he was in command of that last leg.
Moreno Michaels took out 156. The fireworks finish of the evening
97.
in the very
Moreno
first leg of
required
this semi-final.
161.
Now he wants 161 to win it. Doesn't get a go at the bull, but Białecki's left an awkward one himself.
137. Sebastian, you require
This would
139.
be mammoth-like. It's on. Why?
I don't mind that.
107.
Going for the treble that he goes for all game.
Moreno,
I
you
think it's a fair
required
call.
24.
But it may not matter a jot, as Michaels has matched darts.
Game shot.
And Moreno
And
Michaels
the match.
makes
Moreno
the
Michaels.
Super Series 5 final. Sebastian Białecki has had a quite remarkable week and included a 9-dart finish as he turned things around from a really poor Group A when he won only 2 matches. But he falls at the semi-final hurdle, and it is the Dutch darter Moreno Michaels who will meet Jim McEwen in the big money match for £20,000. He will head back to the practice room and prepare for that. He'll throw for the bull against McEwen for the right to have the darts in that finale. He beats Sebastian Białecki 4-3 and will take on Jim McEwen in the Super Series 5 final.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where our final is set in stone here on Champions Night. Jim McEwen and Moreno Michaels will be throwing for the £20,000 first prize and a place in MODUS Super Series Immortality. Paul Nicholson has been watching all of the action in the commentary box. He joins me on stage now, and this really has been the dramatic type of Champions Night that we expected.
Yeah, shocks aplenty, and people failing at the final hurdle. I think Sebastian Białecki, though, in the second semi-final will be very philosophical, and he'll be very proud of himself making the semis, considering how his week started. But surprise package, Moreno Michaels, he's in the final against Chucky, who's looking for that word that you've just said. He wants immortality. It's right in front of him.
8 games down for our evening. Just one last match remains. The big story from earlier on this evening was the favourite Darrell Pilgrim going out of the competition, eliminated in the group stage. And that kind of meant that from the semi-finals onwards, the 4 players in there, they would have grasped a major opportunity to win an amateur major title.
Yeah, I think that's very fair to say. I think a lot of people this week have levelled favouritism at Pilgrim, and when he's out of the equation, it's a bit like the PDC Pro Tour about 10 to 15 years ago. When Phil Taylor was eliminated, everybody thought, this could be mine. And as soon as Pilgrim was out tonight, everybody will have said to themselves, if it's not his, it might be mine.
Well, let's dissect the story then of the 2 semi-finals that we've seen. We'll begin with Jim McEwen against Andreas Harrison, because these are 2 players, when you look at styles, you look at the way they play, they're so like to like in that possible respect. But Jim McEwen, well, Andreas had a little bit of a fight back in the middle of the match, but when he needed to come up with big moments, he did.
Yeah, he did. I think what we've seen from that game tonight is someone who has felt very comfortable with his challenge over the last 2 days. But I think even Andreas would have to admit that he wasn't his brilliant best tonight. And we have seen maybe the evidence that having 2 days off, doesn't suit everybody. And I'm not sure it suited Andreas.
As far as the second semi-final was concerned, well, that really was a seesaw affair between Moreno Michaels and Sebastian Białecki, and we did not know who the victor was going to be right until the very end.
Yeah, you've got to give Moreno loads of credit, because he's been in very comfortable positions tonight, but he was tested by Białecki. As soon as that 57 goes in for Sebastian, I'm thinking he's going for the treble 14, and sometimes he might even go for the bull, but Chris Murphy said in commentary that going for that treble 20 may have been a wise move, going for a familiar target to leave any sort of double. He couldn't find the treble, and because of that, Moreno finished him off.
And so we have a final set in stone. Jim McEwen was the last winner of an honour in this competition before we launched as the MODUS Super Series here in Portsmouth. So if he was to be successful in this final, this really would be a full circle moment for Jim.
Yeah, we had a big moment in the previous series as well when Luke Littler was playing against Colin Osborne. We were talking about Osborne becoming the GOAT of the MODUS Super Series because of the amount of weekly titles he would have had he won the series. But even Colin and even Luke can't say that they've won everything that the Super Series has ever had to give. Weekly titles, champion of champions in Southampton. As far as weekly titles here is concerned, he's won every single group. He's won A, B and C. The only thing that's missing is this. He would possibly be on people's lips for being the greatest of all time in the Super Series, and he might even be back next year to get even more. But first, he really wants the end of the rainbow prize tonight.
And as far as Moreno Michaels is concerned, an ADC European representative, he was one of their invitational players, and he's kind of the epitome of what the MODUS Super Series is about in the modern age, in the modern era. A player who dares to dream, and he could be picking up that trophy very shortly.
Dares to dream is a really good way of putting it, actually, because over the last 5 or 6 years, talking about darts at this level, not many of us have been talking about Moreno Michaels, or Michaels, however he wants to put it. We've called him 2 different names this week, but he's back. It's great to see him back. And when we talk about Dutch darts at this level now, we have to talk about Moreno no matter what happens.
And so the final is set. Conan Whitehead, Raymond Smith, Luke Littler are the 3 names on that trophy. A 4th is going to be added this evening. Is it going to be McEwen? Is it going to be Michaels? We're about to find out in front of a packed crowd here in Portsmouth.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the MODUS Live Lounge. Well, this is it, the grand final on Champions Night, live at the MODUS Super Series. And yes, we are ready, and the players are ready, and it's tungsten time! And now can you please welcome our first finalist, Moreno Michael! And please welcome Chucky Jim McEwen!
Game number 1,352 in MODUS Super Series 5 is the most important of them all. This is the jackpot match. This is the game that is going to decide dreams and destinies. It's Michaels, it's McEwen for that trophy and for £20,000. In the commentary box for the final, it's Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Yeah, every one of those matches has been played, and now it's the big one for that trophy and for the big money here at the MODUS Super Series. It's the £20,000 squid game between Michaels and McEwen. The Dutchman from Rotterdam, 39 years of age, on this second coming in his darting career, as Jim McEwen, a man who's really played his best stuff in his senior years. The 56-year-old made it.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
Match play final.
Game on.
Lost out to Leonard Gates, but will it be glory for the Scotsman, or will it be Dutch delight on Champions Night?
100.
Henry mentioned that ADC Europe sent Moreno Michaels our way. Many thanks indeed. And this series has seen ADC Europe really come to the fore. Just been looking into Moreno's past, because it has been a very long time since he won his last ranking title in any sort of promotion. 14 and a half years ago, when he won the Open Holland in April of 2009.
100.
And it might be a sign, because the last time he won a ranking title, he beat a Scotsman in the final in Mark Barilli.
100.
He has the darts in the final because he won the darts in the practice room. This could be brilliant. I wonder if it's anything like the fourth game of the night, which saw Michaels win by 4-3 against McEwen.
100.
But that was his first game of the night. This is now his fourth.
During that seniors tournament I mentioned, McEwen was sharing a practice room with the great Phil Taylor.
125.
Well,
Jim, you require 161.
Be the power of Scotland tonight. Not going to produce the power play in the first leg, but he'll hope to come back after leaving something better here. Now,
55.
Maybe could have thought
Moreno,
that
you
out a little
require
bit better and got himself
131.
into two-dart territory.
I'm surprised he didn't go for the 51
Jim, you require
first.
106.
106. If the 60 goes in, then you can bet your bottom dollar he'd be looking at a 6 for tops. But now it's treble 18.
Had he got the 60, I would have bet my bottom, top,
98.
left and right dollar. He was
Moreno,
going for a 6 and
requires
tops.
72.
I can ask you a question after this leg, Paul, just about the darts that McEwen's thrown. Bullseye.
47.
Whistled past the wire. Double 4.
Jim, you require 8. Game shot on the first leg. Jim McEwen.
And he gets an immediate breaker throw, leaving Michaels looking a little bit bemused. The question I was going
Second
to
leg,
ask
it's
you, Paul,
Jim to
was
throw first. Game on.
Jim McEwen was getting that first dart so right so often earlier in the night, as he has there. Do you get the sense in that first leg he was just trying to feel his way into that match and was almost throwing them pretty safely?
Yeah, seeing some players try to focus on line first and let the weight of dart come into it. Andreas Harrison definitely did that in the semi-final, but he just left it too late. He couldn't click everything together quick enough.
60.
Well, McEwen won relatively recently in getting to this Champions Week, victor on week 10, winning the Joust of Gyms in the final of that week. Got the better of Jim Long, the Canadian.
40.
As for Moreno, you've got to go way back to week 3 when he fought off Fallon Sherrick in the final, a semi-final lineup that also included John Henderson, one of the Scotsmen pre-series that would have been a favourite to be in this match tonight.
Yeah, very much so. Very quiet in there now because we have a Scotsman against a Dutchman, and the majority of the people here are from this local area, and they really don't have a home player on the stage, which I think plays into the hands of both players, because this will be a pure game without favoritism from anybody else.
Has to switch surely.
$56.
Fair to say that Michaels has not played to the level that we've seen tonight in this final yet.
60.
Is he showing little signs of frustration there? We've seen every possible result in our previous 4 series finals. 4-0, 4-1, 4-2 and 4-3.
I do love the way the audience assembled to captivate. What's McEwen thinking with his final dart there? When he appears back in shot, he might just turn around and think, what have you left there, Jim? Looks at the score. Looks again. Well, he doesn't go totally mad just because Moreno's not any kind of finish himself.
He's in a position to boss this final all of a sudden.
140.
A little bit of a jerky right shoulder, but that...
What he was trying to do, Paul, leave 168, so 140 gets you on double 14.
It works, as long as you take the double 14.
100.
That jerky right shoulder
Jim,
that
you
comes
require
into his
28.
technique now and again. I wouldn't focus too much on it. Didn't do Jockey Wilson any harm.
Does he take the double 14? He takes double 11. That wasn't on the menu, but you didn't intend to have a main course and a dessert, but double 3 is the way to finish off the meal.
22.
Instead, he made a meal
Moreno,
of it.
you require 151.
Moreno needs something to happen. It's not going to happen here. But even if he does lose this leg,
56.
Something has got
Jim, you require
to
6.
start in leg 3. Otherwise, McEwen could boss this.
Game shot on the second leg. Jim McEwen.
Yeah, at the moment, there is no power coming from the electrician from Rotterdam.
Third leg, it's Moreno to throw
He's not
first.
plugged in yet.
Game on.
Switch it on, Moreno. That's better. Much better dart. He can attack that one.
100.
Even tons are an improvement. He's got 5 of them in the match, but no 140s. And he's only had 1 dart at a double. The output has got to be much better from here on out.
60.
McEwen has played in some big stage matches, not just in his career, but this year. Is he more prepared for this than Michaels is? You'd probably have to admit that.
Well, it's a second big televised final in relatively quick succession for McEwen, isn't it?
140.
It'd be interesting to see what his plans are. Should he win this? Does he want to come back and defend it? Does he want another
120.
That is desperately unlucky. Dangling dart for Michaels.
And instead of being on 121 or 81, he's on something a little bit more difficult.
96.
But he has got time on his
Moreno,
side.
you require
And Chucky is
141.
getting mad.
Yeah, he wanted to keep Michaels basically where he was, where he had him.
97.
But now he's allowing him into this final.
At least this is happening on a leg where the Dutchman threw first.
90. Moreno, you require 44.
Still needs to get his first double of this final. Does he have it here?
28.
He does not. McEwen could make him pay for that.
Jim, you require 150.
How good is his first start this time?
If it's on the money, he could be in the money. Still on, and he could end up on tops here. Treble 18 would get him there. Oh, yes. What a rescue.
Game shot on the third leg.
From the Scots.
Jim McEwen.
What a reaction. Jim McEwen's almost there, and he knows it.
Dare I say it, that was very plucky from Chucky.
Game on.
That was heart-wrenchingly hurtful to Moreno Michaels, who had 2 darts to be within 1, and now he's 3 behind. We might be looking at
96.
Our second ever 4-0 in a series final. The first one coming from Conan Whitehead, beating Graham Usher.
100.
It might be that time just to pay homage to our former champions, Conan Whitehead, who made a bold bid to reclaim the crown this week. Raymond Smith, who we wish our best to,
92.
was hoping to return for the next series, unfortunately unable to do so at the moment. And Luke Littler, who we've welcomed this evening. Great touch to see him turn up.
85.
And he'll pass the trophy to the winner of this match, having won it the last 2 series.
Yeah, he's got a lot coming up. World Youth Final against Jan van Veen. PDC World Championship. What's Jim got coming up?
180!
First 180 of the final. It might be the only one he needs.
He might only throw 3 more darts, and then the next thing he picks
85.
up could be the trophy.
Jim, you require 133.
People have hit big finishes to win tournaments before. It's not going to be a big one.
93.
But it is a classy 12 darts to leave his favourite shot on the board. We got a reaction for 3-0.
139.
For 4?
Jim, you require 40. Game, shots, and the match, and the MODUS Super Series champion, Jim McEwen!
It is a titanic tartan triumph at Scotland's Jim McEwen Masters MODUS Super Series 5. Chucky picks up the Champions Night check, and he is living and breathing every second of that achievement. Paul Nicholson, what a worthy winner, as Jim McEwen completes the full set and pockets £20,000.
There are many things you can do at the MODUS Super Series. You can win weeks, you can win groups. But now Jim McEwen becomes a Super Series immortal. A great performance in the final, and he took full advantage of Moreno Michaels not turning up in the first couple of legs. He's won it all. He's becoming immortal at the Super Series, and now he has something else to lift.
Yeah, he's going to lift that trophy. 91 average, 4 out of 7 on the doubles, a 4-0 success, and he won it on his favourite tops. Jim McEwen is the champion on Champions Night, and he is talking to Phil Bars.
Jim, many congratulations. You are the MODUS Super Series 5 champion. Just sum up what the night's been like for us.
I can't speak. That's just so important. This money changes my life. I know it's not £1 million, but 20 grand, yeah, it changes my life and my family's life so much.
This crowd tonight have really got you thrown as well. Just a word for them.
Oh, absolutely. I usually come down here with no support at all, but every one of them, fabulous. Fabulous.
Look, the way it's gone, this group was, everyone was talking about Daryl Pilgrim, but you've defied the odds here, and just sum up what it's been like, because that group was tough to come through.
Yeah, you can't discount anyone in Champions Week, Phil. We're all champions. I don't know if Darryl being favourite can have put a bit of pressure on him. I don't know. But I was always confident. Yeah, brilliant.
That seniors final, I know, hurt. How much does this go to putting that right, winning here on TV on a big stage?
A long way. As you say, the final and the match play did hurt a bit. I started too late, but this has sorted it. Yeah.
Jim, many congratulations as we hand you to our Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Paul Starr.
And to present the trophy, the 2 times back-to-back MODUS Super Series champion, Luke Littler. Well, we're ready, Jim is ready, and it's trophy time. Receiving £20,000, the coveted trophy, and the title of the MODUS Super Series champion number 5. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen. One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
That's his. Jim McEwen, the champion in Series 5. He called it life-changing. He said it's something that's going to change his life. It's going to be something that propels him into another stratosphere in his career. Paul Nicholson has made the trip up to the balcony. And you know what? He's epitomised the spirit of the Super Series for 2.5 years now. And so perhaps he's a fitting champion of this competition.
Very much so. Really happy for Jim. When someone comes here, they think about doing this very thing. The money will change his life potentially, but I think it's the opportunity to feel like a champion for the next few months and maybe go on to other things that means even more to him.
Well, we can see him still soaking up the adulation, and why not? It's a big moment, it's a big occasion, and for all the talk about Daryl Pilgrim, he was the one throughout the course of the week who was the most granite. That was what we've been saying in commentary, the most consistent. And in a long-haul competition like this, consistency is key.
Yeah, it was consistency that got him through in his group, in Group C. And now that he's won every group and everything we've got to offer here, I think we talk about the possibility of what else can he do. But this week, when he came into Saturday night as well, I think he showed other qualities. Qualities of, I will do what needs to be done. I don't have to average 105 or 95. I can win a game with an 83 average. I can get into the mud and do it dirty. But in the final, he took full advantage of Marino Michaels, who did not turn up until leg 3. That is a fact. And ultimately, he was just way too good.
That 115, goodness me.
Brilliant. Michaels had his chance, 2 at double 16, misses them both. And you're thinking at 2-1, game on. But at 3-0, you saw the reaction. As soon as Jim hits that, he thinks, this is mine. You're not taking it from me.
So, Jim McEwen there as he goes off into the sunset. Just a word on Marino Michaels, because such an achievement to get through to this particular point, to get to a grand final. There's so many great players haven't even made it to a Champions Week, let alone get to that particular moment. Hard lies in the final, but he'd be so proud of his efforts.
He is. I ran into him downstairs for a few seconds. He was very philosophical. He knew that he had a bad start in the final, but when he wakes up tomorrow and goes back to the Netherlands, he will see this as a huge achievement. £10,000 is an awful lot of money to start your next journey. And I said 2 words to him on the way up to the balcony. I said, welcome back. It's great to have him back. He's a superb dart player, and I'd like to see him back here to maybe go one better.
I'm going to ask you for some final words and assessments on Jim McEwen in just a second, but I want to talk about Series 5 as a whole. What have we learnt, do you think, throughout this series? So we've seen ADC continue to branch out. We've seen new names not just get to Champions League, but new names shine in this competition. Once upon a time, there was a select group of players who played in this competition, but now everybody gets an opportunity, and everybody is showing their best on this stage.
Yeah, we've seen real success stories throughout 2023. Think about Adam Mould at the start of the year, an ADC qualifier, winning the week against Ian Moss in the final. And then you look at other stories like Littler, and you look at what Conan was like this week, trying to get their hands back on the trophy. Once, for some people, is not enough. But I think ADC Europe, ADC, and people trying to resurrect their careers, I think that's been the story of 2023. And some people have not needed to resurrect anything because Jim McEwen has always been here.
And as far as Jim McEwen's concerned, he's got a lot of decisions to make now because he's the defending champion of this. The next series, as we know, is that series in the year that straggles either side of Q School. There could be some big decisions he's got to make over the next few months.
Oh, absolutely. Choice is a great thing in darts at the minute. And in previous times, there may have been a multitude of organizations that you could play under, and you had to make a choice. So, the choice is yours, Jim. Do you want another one of these? Do you want more moments like this? Or do you want to go to another level elsewhere? The choice is his, but I'd love to see him back for another crack.
A great champion of a great series. Paul, thank you so much for your company, not just tonight, not just this week, but throughout the course of the series. To anybody either in front of the camera, behind the camera, who have done anything behind the scenes, there's a big team that put a lot of hard work in making the MODUS Super Series happen, and that really did culminate on a fantastic night tonight. So we thank everybody in front and behind the camera. Thank you, most importantly, at home for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed your night. Jim McEwen definitely did, as Chucky chucked his way to Super Series glory.
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.